Wow. Hey, pura vida. Much love and respect. Thanks for taking the time once again to go ahead and view this video. Today we're going to be discussing the Amazonian warrior women of ancient America. They were real. We've gone over it before, but we're going to read a chapter here in a great book. We're going to get a lot more corroboration. America being the true old world, we know when the Greeks, so-called Greeks, these Hellenes, talked about the Amazonian warrior women, it's not just myth. They're really talking about ancient America. So before we begin, just want to go ahead and remind you and also invite you to go ahead and check out this video if you haven't. Same topic of which we're going to be discussing today. And this video is the real legendary Amazonian warrior women in America, Anacaona, Khalifa, the homie elephant hunters. Make sure to check that one out. We've also mentioned it in my old Black Panther videos. I also want to invite you to go ahead and check out these two videos. This one, The Mighty Black Queen of California, More Than a Romance Story, Khalifa, the Amazonian warrior. And then this one right here, Proof Queen Khalifa is not just a romance, found in historic German law books from the 1200s AD. She's part of Roman law. Make sure to check these videos out. So I just want to say we're going to read a lot today, guys. So be ready. We're going to read a whole chapter. This chapter is very long. We're going to dive deep into the whole mainstream narratives of the Amazons in the so-called old world, in Europe, in Asia, and Africa, in the beginning of this chapter. But eventually we're going to get to some really good information about where they were really getting all these stories from and the actual women warriors who were actually living this life and practicing it in real life. And that was here in Americas. So if you guys never heard of any of the stories of the Amazons or know anything about, the warrior women, the so-called myths and stories and legends of the Amazons, well, you're going to get a 101 crash course here today when we're reading this chapter. But you're going to see that the good parts is later on. So today we're going to read from this book again. We're going to get back into it. It's called Secret Cities of Old South America by Harold T. Wilkins. And we're going to continue where we left off. We're going to chapter 4. And just believe it or not, we've already read chapters 1, 2, and 3. A lot of interesting information about ancient America. And we're going to continue. It says here, South America's Amazons existed. And the Amazons of South America were not necessarily myths. Colonel P.H. Fawcett and his last message to the English-speaking world in 1925 from the jungles of Brazil. Where was the strange and elusive country of these amazing so-called white women of South America dodged the hijack? You see, remember the thing about these authors, when they're Atlantis writings, they want to make all these ancient American, high civilized people so-called white. So we're going to dodge the hijack when he says things like that. Telling the naked truth about whom gained for the monk Father Gaspar Carvajal the undeserved epithet of mentirosa, liar, and romancer. Were they mere figments of a European imagination, nursed on the classical traditions of old Greece and the Mediterranean? Were they merely Indian women fighting by the side of their menfolk in battles with enemy tribes? Or were they mere travelers' tales invented to soothe the indignation which the old Spanish king and Holy Roman Emperor Carlos V or Carlos V might otherwise have shown in royal displeasure against the defaulting Castilian hidalgo who with his soldiers deserted his superior Spanish officer in the wilds of eastern Peru in the year 1542? And real quick, let's remember what Carlos V or Charles V, yeah, Holy Roman Emperor, remember what he looked like. I have a whole video on it. Go check it out. The answer the facts give in this chapter is that South American Amazons existed in very hard fighting truth and nearly brought about the annihilation of old Europe's finest fighting men. You hear that? The Spanish infanteria and hidalgos of the 16th century, and a fierce battle they waged with them in strange circumstances in that gorge of the river named after the woman, okay? After the woman. Shout out to poetry to the drop, radio con drop. He already told you the Amazon River is named after them, not the other way around. It's named after them, the Amazonian warrior women. Today, after enduring 2 world wars, when women figured as auxiliary soldiers in the British, Russian, and American ranks of the United Nations armies, the world may be less disposed to dismiss these strange women as myths. Indeed, it is possible that they may yet be found to be still existent in some lost world of old South America. Lives of men famous and the great unrecorded unknown soldiers, priests, missioner monks, gold hunters, frontiersmen, colonial governors, and administrators, adventurers, and even scientists and explorers of the 20th century have been lost in South American wilds, seeking the answer to these questions. The quest has now lasted for more than 4 centuries. The most recent and famous of these lost or missing explorers, Colonel P.H. Fawcett, DSO, who tried to establish contact with these remarkable women, called by the Brazilian Guiana Indians the Aikem Benanas, or women who live alone, believe they exist today somewhere in some inaccessible spot on the Andean frontiers of the known territories of mysterious South America. So does the author of this book. He has examined all the available evidence from Spanish American colonial and even far earlier records and collated it with what the South American tribes say. He has been driven into the belief that this wonderful republic of women abandoned its second motherland in the headwaters country behind the range of the Asirai Mountains on the still unknown borders of British Guiana and northern Brazil between Rio Capu and the Rio Guanamu, tributaries of the Rio Trombetas, which joins the mighty Amazon at Óbidos, Brazil. And somewhere about the middle of the 18th century, they started on another great trek, this time westwards, towards the still unknown regions of southern Venezuela, or the unexplored Oriente of Ecuador, Peru, or Colombia. This was, as I shall presently show, their second great overland trek across thousands of miles of equatorial South America. They were motivated by probably the same reason over an interval of about 250 or 300 years, the growing encroachment on their territories of European, Latin American, white, yellow, and black races, dodge the hijack with all the crayon colors. They may have felt, as did the old frontiersmen and pioneers in Oregon or California in the days of the Lewis and Clark overland prairie schooner trek from the plains across the Rockies, a sense of overcrowding when the next neighbor and his log cabin on a creek only 50 or 100 miles away. But the question mark against this mysterious race of women warriors is whence did they come? And how is it they so strangely resemble the classic Amazons of Europe, the Near East and Libyan Africa of 3,000 and more years ago? All right, so again, they're seeing all this in reverse. We already know, yeah, ancient America, true old world. So he's saying they resemble, though, the legendary Amazons of the Greeks, so-called Greeks, and the Near East and Libyan Africa legends of these warrior women. But how could they from 3,000 years ago, he says? Are they merely a transplantation of a myth to South America by monks and soldiers of the conquistadorian age who recollected what some of them had read in European grammar and conventual schools about Theseus and Hercules and their war against the Amazons of Asia and Africa? So remember, Northern or Greater Asia, Asia Superior, India Superior, that's North America, the farthest east. And remember Hercules? I got a future video, possible Danite. Yeah, Samson. The answer to that is no. The South American Amazon Republic of fighting women with a queen in cities was an actual fact of little known history. It was no traveler's tale to impress stay at homes or the staring wanderers who still today listen to the Arabic tale-tellers round the well in the shade of the palm trees of some odorous souk in a Moorish or Berber city of the Atlas over there in North Africa. And the Atlas territory, by the way, is not far from one of the ancient homelands of the African branch of the Amazons, right? They colonized over there. This is what I've been trying to tell people. They say Atlantis is right there. I was like, you're just looking at a colony, not the center, not the origin. It was from here that their ancient forebears probably crossed the Atlantic to South or Central America. So again, so now they're seeing it in reverse. Remember, America's the true old world. This author still with the belief that the Middle East, Mesopotamia, out of Africa theories, all that. But we got to dodge the hijack. He has no actual proof that they traveled to South America. He just knows they were there. So he's trying to make sense out of it. For more than 3 centuries now, too many of the learned and academic historians who never traveled beyond the armchairs or padded thrones of great libraries and museums have been disposed to adopt without demur the opinion of a man of whom they may never have heard. He was Don Francisco Javier Ribeiro de Sampaio, a Portuguese traveler from Lisboa, who in 1774 published his Diário da Viagem, or Diary of his travels along the Amazon in Brazil. Ribeiro thought it was a priori improbable that such a republic of women warriors ever existed in South America. He suggested they were a fable of Don Francisco de Orellana, the Spanish conquistador, who with soldiers and priests deserted Gonzalo Pizarro's expedition in the jungles of eastern Ecuador, then Peru, and when he reached home in Madrid, rushed to re-establish himself with the emperor and his court by tickling their ears with tales of gold and a republic of nude, fighting women, living without men, in a land abounding in precious stones and rare metals. The Amazons became mixed up with El Dorado, but it is a strange fact, not known to Ribeiro, of course, that both, as my own careful investigation showed, were strange actualities, and at one period before the conquistadores pushed their horses over the passes of the Cordilleras into Old Peru and Nueva Granada, modern Colombia, right? Granada or pomegranate, the promised land where the pomegranates were, right? The Amazon territory was located on the borders of the land of the Casa del Sol, the House of the Sun, and the mysterious empire of Gran Paititi. Ribeiro urged that the tellers ponder to the taste for the marvelous of the Spanish court in Old Madrid, and the hidalgos and grandees of Old Castile and Extremadura by telling them just what they wanted to hear, romantic tales about tons of gold and lovely women who fought like devils. He even went further and advanced a sexual argument, and in that he has been followed without acknowledgement by numbers of Peruvian and Latin American historians of today and yesterday. Said Ribeiro, in a land so torrid and so exceedingly agitating to the soul as tropical South America, how could men and women live apart and be indifferent to sexual congress? No doubt in South America today, as also in some parts of Italy and modern Mexico, especially on the borders, where no women of attractive appearance dare walk abroad alone, even in the cities of the Argentine in the dusk, unless she wishes to be greeted with an old Latin American custom. That argument would carry great weight. That custom is for some fellow deeming himself a fine caballero to go up to the woman and murmuring, "Fica, fica," press the nipples of her breast between his thumbs and forefinger till she is black and blue. The only defense apart from fists, nails, or guns is for the woman to wear a sort of body armor, or of reinforced whalebone, corset of unusual stature, as some señoras I knew really do. Well, let us see if that argument is as irresistible as either the old Latin American custom or the whalebone armor, as I have to show it does not do away with the weight of historical evidence. But in the days of World War II, the woman warrior has become less of a phenomenon. She is certainly no new thing, either in ancient or modern history. I speak of the woman fighting soldier, not an auxiliary, non combatant. In 1944-45, Soviet Russia had about 8,000 women soldiers in the Chemical Defense League, and as long back as 1936, 20,000 women were being trained as combatant soldiers, not to speak of fighting aeroplane pilots in Great War Number One. As my book Mysteries of the Great War, whose translation was banned by the French fascist bureaucracy and government in Paris in 1937-38, showed old Imperial Austria, Hohenzollern Germany, and Romanov Tsars, as well as the Republican temporary regime of Kerensky's Russia, had their combatant women soldiers, undisguised in the case of Russia, and with officers, and sometimes lesbian type women generals. 3,000 and more years ago, the woman soldier was a world imperialist power. She was even then no new phenomenon in world history. Continuing the book, it says here Quintus Curtius Rufus, who in the reign of Vespasian, about AD 70, wrote a military history and commentary relating to the world war of Alexander the Great, told of one Thalestris, queen of the Amazons in Asia. What Asia? She made a journey with 300 picked women soldiers, lasting 35 days, across deserts and mountains and wild places where jackals picked the bones of dead camels and dromedaries of lost caravans. They passed through unexplored territory in order to meet the Macedonian leader, who was then somewhat on the confines of what is today modern Persia and Afghanistan. Is that really where it happened? She wished to have temporary marriage with Alexander, to raise a child by him. She wanted to get with Alexander, huh? This sounds like Queen Khalifa's story, romance story, meeting the so-called Nestorian Christian prince warrior. It was a case of her beauty and strength and his military genius and uncommon valor. She wanted a girl child. It is believed because the Amazons all over the known world killed off male children, much in the manner that unwanted female infants are, or used to be, drowned in the waters of Hong Kong and Canton, or in the sacred Ganges and other rivers in old India of the modern Hindus, and surely will be again. Now, the British Raj has withdrawn his detested police control. These Amazons of Asia were doughty women warriors, and such good bowmen that both Greek hoplites and Roman legionnaires, the world's finest ancient male warriors, called a good bow and quiver Amazonios. In Africa, these women soldiers were also world power about 3,000 years before the Christian era. They are said to have crossed the Mediterranean, overrun all the Near East from Mesopotamia and Persia to the shores of the Levant and the Aegean. All right, so we gotta verify all those old world places, because a lot of that stuff, when they talk about Mesopotamia, Persia, and these old accounts, they were talking about parts of America. I'm telling you, and for all the new people, catch up on the videos. And to have penetrated across the Euxine or Black Sea into Thrace and Attica, where the dreams of Welt Krieg, world empire, and Dragnak Osten were rudely shattered by the Greek hero Theseus. And if queer recent discoveries by French archaeologists digging in the unearthly wilderness of the Hogar and the stony arid desert country of the veiled Tuaregs of France empire of sand are carefully considered, it will be distinctly unwise to dismiss these stories of imperial women soldiers in the morning of our civilization as mere myths and heroic fables of the dim past. The Amazons of Asia, sisters by race of the African Republic of Women, had their capital city at Thermidon in Cappadocia. This town was located in a valley on the southern side of the modern Pontic Mountains, not far from Es Serrum in modern Anatolia, Turkey, and Asia. These Amazons, too, were a formidable military power, and when they vanished into the mist of ages, it is significant that their successors were a degenerate race of men whose qualities of timidity, sloth, and pusillanimity, as well as addiction to unpleasant vices, made them a byword of contempt among the Romans of the imperial age. Their blood was so foul, said an ancient epigrammatist, that even the viper that bit these male Cappadocians died of the poison he in turn took from their veins. One queen of the Asian branch of the Amazon was the celebrated and beautiful Hippolyta, vanquished by Hercules, who took her girdle or baldric to the Eurystheus, who played Jacob to the Esau of Hercules. All right. So again, who's Hercules? Samson, the Danite. Where's this really all taking place? It was to revenge the expedition of Theseus Hercules that the Amazons invaded Attica and crossed the Cimmerian Bosphorus on the ice, as reports Hellenicus and Logographos, or historian of Mytilene, who wrote a history of the ancient kings of the earth. The tomb of Hippolyta was shown at Megara, and at Athens there was the Amazonium and the Horcosmoiseum, or Oath House, where the treaty was made between Theseus and Hippolyta. The wars of the Archaic Age Greeks with the Amazons were, as is well known, depicted on the metopes on the north side of the Parthenon. One does not wish to digress, but since the Amazons have been and still are in many quarters regarded as myths, it may be noted that the blood of the Asian Amazons is mingled with that of the Sarmatians, the ancestors of the modern Poles. Interesting, shows the genealogy. The authority for this is the great Herodotus. He tells how the Amazons, after warring with the Greeks and getting the worst of it, invaded the territories of the Scythians. Who's the Scythians? The sons of Isaac of South Russia, who called them Oirpata, or manslayers. He says that after gaining the battle of Thermodon over the Amazons, the Greeks put to sea, taking with them in 3 ships all the women warriors they had made prisoner. In the voyage over the Black Sea, the Amazons rose, massacred the crew to a man, but found themselves helpless against the winds and tides, for they knew not how to use rudder, sails, or oars. They were carried where the winds listed and at last were thrown ashore under some high cliffs called the Kremni and located on the modern Sea of Azov. Going inland into the territory of the free Scythians, the Amazons seized the first wild horses they saw, mounted on their backs, and started plundering all around. The Scythians were puzzled by these beardless warriors, not knowing whence they came, or that they were women, and thought they were youths. After a battle, some of the bodies fell into their hands, and the secret was out. Hereupon the Scythians conceived it would be a fine thing to raise children from these women warriors rather than kill them. So they sent some youth with orders to camp near the Amazons, but evade any assaults. In the end, an Amazon and Scythian youth met, and the Amazon by signs made him bring a friend. Next day to a rendezvous where she too would bring a friend. This led to nights of love on the free, wild Scythian plains. Between the handsome youths and the Amazons, the camp joined in one, and the women learned Scythian, though the youths never caught the tongue of the Amazons. All right, very interesting story. Do you guys hear that? The Amazonian women, all right, mixing with the who? The Scythians, who become the Saxons, who are the sons of Isaac. Huh? The youth asked the Amazons to give up their mode of life and settle down among the free Scythians as their wives. The Amazon replied, "No, we could not live with your women. Our customs are quite different. We draw the bow, hurl the javelin, bestride the horse. We know not of womanly employments. Your women stay at home in their wagons. They never go out to hunt. We should never agree." Eventually, the Amazons got the youth to agree to take a patrimony from their Scythian fathers and migrate beyond the Tanais to live with the Amazons as their husbands. They finally settled in the land of the Sauromate, Sarmatians, or Poles, as says Herodotus. All right, so that's like ancient people, right? Not talking about modern people. So they're going to quote Herodotus here, supposedly, right? So it says here, the women of the Sauromate have continued from that day to this to observe the Amazons' ancient customs, frequently hunting on horseback with their husbands, sometimes even accompanying them into war, taking the field and wearing the same dress as the men. The marriage law of the Sauromate lays it down that no girl shall wed till she have killed a man in battle. Sometimes it happens that a woman dies unmarried at an advanced age, never having been able her whole lifetime to fulfill the condition. In entering at some length into the and entering at some length into these adventurers in the ancient lands of old Russia, of the Amazons, my object is for the reader to compare this account with what will be told in this chapter of the amatory and breeding customs of the South American branch of this same race of warrior women, all right? So he's trying to tell you, he's just going over the official mythology and history so you guys can compare with the actual recorded history of South America. Professor Joseph Karst, right, in his book here, as you guys can see, supposes that the Iberian Amazons, whose remains as to one chieftainess have been found in a cave near Tarteso, Spain, came originally from the land of Punt. Isn't that where the Egyptians went? Far land, people say it's America, Punt. So they were found in Spain, not in Africa, right? He says they came originally from the land of Punt, which is indeed Babylonian Chaldea, Ireland, what we talking about? So again, it may be noted, not in this place, by Kars, was by the Egyptians applied to the coast of African Somaliland, to which in 3000 BC the ancient Egyptians sent trading ships for incense and resins. But in his later book, Origines Mediterraneae, Heidelberg, 1931, Kars points out what is nearer the mark, that the root pun or pan in punt identifies it with the old land of Pacific Pan, a name found in the southern Indian Ocean island of Atlantean Panchaia, to which Evhemerus undertook a voyage in the days of the Macedonian king Cassandra, time of Alexander the Great. They're talking about what? The Atlantean Panchaia. Okay, Atlantean. You already know what they're talking about then. Fun. Ancient classic traditions say that to this island of Panchaea, right? That's in Atlantis. This man Zeus, the Atlantean, Zeus, who's Zeus? Remember what we went over in my video, Israel and the nations of Europe, how they turned Judah into Zeus. So Zeus the Atlantean, led a band of Atlanteans from the island of Minoan Crete, so-called Atlanteans, right? Who's these Cretes and Minoans? We already went over this. Make sure to catch up on the previous videos. It's all going to go full circle. There is an old Eritrean, Ethiopian tradition mentioned by Arian and Indica that the fish eaters, or Ichthyophagi, were a sort of fishmen descended from a sea goddess, or Nereid, Pan's weapon, or as should be said, the characteristic weapon of the men of the Pacific continent of Pan was the trident, taken over by the Western Atlanteans, who waged a dragon war for world hegemony and sea and land empire. A dragon war. Oh, with the man of the trident. The root Pan is found in Nippon, Ipangi, Sipango, right? Sipango, the older name of Japan, and is associated with some ancient lost continent ranging from Iran and Southwest Arabia southwards into the Indian Ocean. With such a southern Atlantis of a dim Indian Ocean empire of Atlantean migrants in the far ago, it would not be surprising to find intimately associated cohorts of Atlantean Amazon fighting women. Kars recognized three strata of the Amazons. The oldest and lowermost stratum was a pre-Hamitic Iberian folk of the true Cain Ani or Kainai stock, linked with the old Basque. The Basque. We know them as the later Canaanites. Kars is doubtless right in saying that these dim races are one of the oldest civilized races of mankind and closely linked with dolmen builders of the coast, who range from Atlantis, all right, just talking about America, Europe, and the lands of the early Mediterranean to farther India, Abyssinia, and Africa Minor. So farther India or India Superior, North America. That is the great primitive nation of the Atlanteans, according to old Egyptian statements. A second layer was found in the Kushite and the Berbero-Hamites and Numidians. The Berber and Tuareg name for Amazon was Amasrj, under the form of Namasut. It is found as Libyan and Numidian folk name. Now remember, we've done videos, Numidians, Berbers, Goliath, with the Arabs, Ishmael, Moabites, Sephardic Jews, Moors, you already know. The ancient homeland of the Berbero Hamites was farther east, the farthest east, ranging from the Persian Busen or Bushire into Cappadocia and southwest Asia Minor. What is significant is the peculiar feminine veil and headdress of the formidable Tuareg warriors, the veiled horsemen of the Sahara, who not so many years ago were known to have had most faithfully preserved the original Amazon type. Their entirely female face veil so clearly reminds us of the weaponed women. A third stratum is Aryan Armenoid. Here we get the name Amazon in the form of Hamasun or Hamaseni, meaning fellow countrymen. Moreover, the Hittites had the same racial elements and formed the northwest group of the Amazon people. He also thinks that the Hyksos, shepherd kings, who overran old Egypt, at one time became in part incorporated with the Amazons in their migrations. Another ancient variation of the name Amazon is that of Hapamuni or Hadmoni, which in Old Latium, Italy, under the name of Casamini, denoted a race settled in southwest Italy and closely linked with Iberian Proto-Hamitic Sicani. In pre-Hellenic Greece, the Cadmeans seem to have been an Amazonian race. There were ancient Amazons both in the Hebrides and at the mouth of the lower western France. The Amnite women lived in the Nasides Islands close to the Hebrides of western Scotland and performed back-kick rites. It will be recalled that the fierce Bacchantes acknowledged no master and abandoned themselves to sexual intercourse with strange men who came their way during their frenzied dances and festivals. In the Nasides, these women wore crowns of ivy leaves and berries. Strabo says Amazons lived in a small island off the mouth of the Loire, were Samnites and worshipped Bacchus in dances and orgies. They allowed no men in the island, and when desire came on them, crossed the sea to find a man, afterwards returning to the island. They had a queer custom of unroofing their temple once a year. If a woman dropped a tile of its roof, and the temple had the same day to be re-roofed before sunset, she was torn in pieces, and her limbs carried round the temple, with wild shouts, till their rage was spent. In the old Armorican island, Armorican of Sina, there were 9 virgins who raised winds for mariners, could tell fortunes and predict the future, and cure diseases. They had Circean traits, and could turn themselves into any animals they desired, but they favored only seamen. Strabo says that the Amazons formerly dwelt in the mountains of Albania, in the region of the old Caspian Sea. One Theophany, said to have accompanied the Amazon queen, Pompeia, on her marches, says that the woman lived among the Gelai and the Legis, Scythian peoples, whose country was separated from that of the Amazons by the river Medmedates. Indeed, as late as AD 1827, the Legis were still found in these regions and were then called the Leschi or Legai, the name of the river having been changed to that of Medmedic. Strabo adds, other writers such as Metrodor, Decepsis, and Hypsicret say that the Amazons were in a land on the borders of the country of the Gargarenses. These unknown people, too, if one believes Pallas in his Nubux voyages, became the men of the Cherkesses, who in or about 1777 lived in the country ascribed to the Gargarenses by Strabo. A learned but forgotten 18th century commentator, Johann Uphagen of Danzig, who wrote in 1782 the Parergon, thinks these Gargarenses were a tribe of the megalithic nation of the Pelasgians, who migrated from Mount Gargara in the Aeolid to north of Caspian Albania. This again would be a token of the immense antiquity of the Amazons. Strabo gives an interesting account of these Caspian Amazons. So here they quote in Strabo, supposedly. The Gargarenses were found dwelling at the northern back of these Caucasian mountains that one calls the Scythian ranges. Here, for 6 months of the year, the Amazons labored for themselves at husbandry, in plantations, and in the care of cattle, and particularly of horses. The most robust gave themselves much to the chase on horseback for warlike exercises. In their infancy, they burnt off the right teeth to have the arm free for lancing, the javelin, and hurling the lance. They also used the bow and the sagaris, a kind of hand axe, the pelta, a shield or buckler, and they made themselves helmets, breastplates, and girdles of the skins of wild beasts. Every spring they quitted their old haunts and went to live 2 months in the mountains, separating them from the Gargarenses. These on their side followed an old custom and never failed to come and lie with the Amazons, where, reunited, they offered common sacrifices to the gods. After sexual intercourse in secret and by night, and for the sole purpose of becoming mothers, the Amazons, as soon as they were pregnant, left the Gargarenses of the children. The Amazons kept only the girls, sending the boys to the fathers to bring up, and none of the Gargarenses ever refused to accept one of these boys in his family, though each might be ignorant whether or no it was his own brat he adopted. As to the Gargarenses, if we believe the tradition, it was with the Amazons that they formerly set out from Temiscira, then joining in their wanderings with the Thracians and Euboeans, and who had penetrated to there, they warred on the Amazons, but after made a treaty with them. Thereafter, they had no more to do with the Amazons, but lived entirely apart from them. All right, so that was Strabo's account, supposedly. The Asian Amazons are said to have founded some 6 towns, including Ephesus, to have brought help to Priam, to have fought on the losing side at Troy, and to have made war in Attica, joining with the Sumerians or Chersonesus Taurica, the Crimea. They broke into Asia Minor and laid waste with fire the first temple of Ephesus. The lost history of Trogus Pompeius, epitomized by Justinus, gives a curious story of the origin of the Amazons of Asia. He tells how 2 young men named Ilinos and Scopolitus of the royal family of the Scythians, all right? Who is the Scythians? Remember, sons of Isaac, who became the Saxon Scythians, come on now, of the royal house of the Scythians, who claimed to be more ancient than the Egyptians, more ancient than the Egyptians, all right? Sons of Isaac were chased out of their country by a faction of the nobles, and with many other young men came to the borders of Cappadocia near the river Thermodon. The men's posterity were famed for the dominion of their men, the ancestors of the Parthians and Bactrians, and the virtue, strength, and virile qualities in the sense of the Roman virtus virtutis of their women, who founded the kingdom of the Amazons, all right, the women of the Saxons. All right, we got the same exact info in my video Nations of the World that I did about the Scythians and Saxons and sons of Isaac. Do you guys understand? The women, the son of Isaac's women, are the Amazons. In common Trogus, it is uncertain which sex was the more illustrious among them. They burned the right breast of their daughters and hunted and were forced women, exercising with arms. Trogus then tells how these women formed their commonwealth. The descendants of these migrants from Scythia, too unquiet, roused their neighbors against them and were cut in pieces, and the few men left were forced to leave to the women the duty of defending them against the conqueror's insults. The women acquitted themselves with a courage not expected of their sex, and became so pleased with themselves that they began to despise men, and soon to hate them. Listen, this is how they became. And they took the cruel resolution of killing all those spared by their enemies' swords. The time of this extraordinary event is not stated. The Amazons elected 2 queens and cohabited with their neighbors. Their gown, tucked up, did not reach below the knee. These 2 queens, Marticia and Lampeto, divided their armies in 2 parts and carried on war in turn. Their conquests ranged far and wide. To enhance their authority, they spread it abroad that Mars was their father. They reigned at Themyscira at the same time as Aegea at Athens and Adrastos at Argos, and they founded Ephesus and several other Asia Minor towns. They conquered the greater parts of Europe. After this, they sent part of their army home with plunder. The rest stayed behind to defend the Amazons' conquest. Then the barbarians rose against them, and in battle slew their queen Marticia. Her daughter, Oretia, succeeded as queen, and all greatly admired her for keeping her virginity so long, and for her great skill in arms. Now the king to whom Hercules owed his 12 labors ordered him, as an impossibility, to bring home the arms of the queen of the Amazons. Hercules went to the land of the Amazons in 9 launched ships, with the principal youths of Greece, and fell on the Amazons unawares. At that time, 2 queens shared the rule of the country of the Amazons, Antiope and Oretia, the latter then fighting a war abroad. When Hercules arrived on their coast, there was only a small army with Antiope, who did not anticipate war, so the few of the Amazons that took up arms were easily repulsed. Many of the Amazons were slain, and Antiope was taken prisoner. Also her 2 sisters, Menalippe and Hippolyta, captured by Theseus, who took her to wife and had by her Hippolytus. Hercules restored Menalippe and had for ransom the arms of the queen. Oretia, finding that the enemy were Athenian princes, harangued her Amazons, telling them they had warred in vain in conquering Pontus, Sinum, and Asia. If they were to be at the mercy not so much of wars as of the Greeks' robberies, she planned to invade all Greece and declared war on Theseus, who speedily marched to the banks of the Thermodon. The Amazon queen then begged help of King Sabulo of the Scythians, telling him that the Amazons too were of his nation. All right, they're part of the Scythians, sons of Isaac, daughters of Isaac. She set forth the cutting off of their men and the need to take up arms and the causes of the war. She urged the Amazons by their courage, showed that the women of the Scythians were no less inactive than the men. Moved by her oration, he sent his son Panasglorum to the help of the Amazons with a vast army of horsemen. But a difference arose between the Amazons and their male allies, who deserted them in the face of the Athenians, by whom the Amazons were then conquered. But they took refuge in the castrum, armed camp of their allies, who helped them return to their own land, untouched by any other race. All right, and that was by Trogus Pompeius, letting you know the Amazons are the same as the Scythian women. Herodotus and others, as we have seen, say, on the other hand, that the Amazons, after their defeat, were embarked in 3 ships, and in open sea cut the throats of the sailors, but not being mariners, were driven by the winds unto the shores of the Palus Maotidus, Sea of Azov. Here they seized the horses of the natives, but the soldiers who marched against them, ashamed to fight women so handsome, young, and well formed, halted their march. Trogus proceeds. Oretia, after her defeat by Theseus, retreated to her own country, passing many great nations without suffering new losses. After her, Penthesilea became queen and showed great courage by going to the Trojan War among the strongest men to carry aid against the Greeks. She was killed in battle, and her army cut off, and the few Amazons that remained in the homelands with much difficulty defended themselves against the enemy until the days of Alexander the Great. Thalestris lay with Alexander for 13 days in order to bear children by him. She returned home, and in a short time perished, after which the name of the Amazons sunk into oblivion. On the borders of the Hyrcanians and Mardians, Thalestris met Alexander the Great, with her 300 women, having marched for 35 days through lands where the nations constantly attacked them. The sight of her and her coming moved all to wonder, both because her dress was so unusual with women and because she wished to lie with the king. Alexander stopped all business for 13 days, and when her womb as the queen thought, had been filled, she departed to her own country. All right, you see, Alexander the Great hooking up with an Amazonian queen. More than one Roman Catholic monk has been greatly taken with the Amazons, as for example, Dom Bernarde de Montfaucon of the Benedictine congregation of Saint Mark at Paris, who about 1724 found in Rome a gem cut with the figure of an Amazon, the inscription Atalo, battle, and showing her with a quiver and a double axe carried over the shoulder. Jean Pierre Bellori, the Italian antiquary, died AD 1696, reproduced an ancient engraving of a wounded Amazon, aided by a man. He quoted Duris, the Samian historian, who said, "This picture is of a man named Thermodon, not the river of that name, who carried the wounded Amazon in his arms. Someone dug a hole in the ground to put up a tent and found a statue, not very large, inscribed that this was the statue of Thermodon, who carried a wounded Amazon in his arms." Ancient medallions and cameos show the Amazons wearing a boot that came halfway up the leg and was called the compagus or ochria, or a greave, Greek nemes. Their short tunic exposed the teat of one of the right breast. Tradition, as cited by Hippocrates, said that the Amazons had a law forbidding them to marry or to cohabit till they had killed 3 male enemies in battle. It was also said that the Amazons warped the legs of their male babies so that they would not grow up too physically strong for them, which seems to imply that a mother Amazon might find herself fighting her own son in battle. The old commentators on the classics derived the word Amazon from a root masa, meaning one teeth. All right, masa, like maize, one teeth. It is also alleged that masa in ancient Georgian meant moon, in allusion to the lunar worship of these women. Virgil in the Aeneid speaks of the Amazon queen Penthesilea and her golden girdle that bounds the breast. Eustachius said the word meant without a husband, or came from amasen, living in common with no husbands. Someone else said that there was a Greek word masa, meaning with headdress, torn to pieces and brought up with wild beasts. The classic Hellenes do not seem to have liked the Amazons. They didn't like the Amazons. In fact, they said that if the Amazons begot men, they were weak and feeble and could do no need worthy of strong men. Their weapons consisted of a half-moon shield or Scythian girdle, and they yielded hand axes. Claudian speaks of Hippolyta leading her snow-white beautiful troops into battle. How often this virago laid waste Arcton and broke Thermodontiaca, Tanais in pieces with the women's battle axes. Pliny makes the curious remark that the Indian figure has the breadth of his leaves in the likeness of an Amazon's shield. Don Bernarde de Montfaucon, a learned Benedictine, drew a picture of an engraved in an ancient stone at Rome, about 1720, which was inscribed with the Greek word atlos, atelesis, fight, denoting that the Amazons lived only for war. The Amazon on the stone is shown with the double axe on her shoulder, a weapon peculiar to the classic Amazon. Many swords of the remote ages have grips of from 2.4 to 2.8 inches, indicating the hands of women and not men. At this point in the story, I may be pardoned for making public a very singular and little known fact that descendants of these Amazons of Asia must have at some time in the far past have migrated across deserts and mountains to the far east. Listen, a tribe of fighting Amazon women with characteristics strikingly similar to those found in South America in the days of Fray Carvajal, of whom I shall speak later in this chapter. Today inhabit the dense forest at the back of the upper Perak Valley behind a mountain called Gunung Korbu in the Federated Malay States. This is within the jurisdiction of the British Empire. Anthropologists know nothing of them, These women are tall in stature, handsome in face, have fine figures, and a pale color of skin recalling that of the classic Amazon. I dodged the hijack. They dance naked in a glade of the deep woods when, say, the Seman Malays, their nearest neighbors, who are careful to avoid contact with them. Offspring are begotten on these women by the evening wind. Men, the women rigorously exclude from their sylvan domains, yet do they manage to bear numerous children, though of course the Zephyrs are not the putative fathers. These pale-skinned women shoot accurately and with deadly effect, with beautifully carved blowpipes and well-made arrows. All right, that's the hijack. Remember, these authors try to make all the Atlanteans, all the Amazons, all the mythical people pale-skinned. Ruthlessly do they treat intruders, and the Semites, as I say, never stray voluntarily or wittingly into the country of the women without husbands. In 1898, Sir Hugh Clifford was told by an aged Saman bearer over the campfire in the Malayan forest how, as a boy, the bearer had followed his brother on the trail of a wounded deer. They found the deer lying dead by a brook, and in its body the shaft of a strange arrow. The Samangs were bending wonderingly over the arrow when a threatening cry in a strange tongue came from the trees overhead. They looked up and saw couched in the leaves the gigantic form of a pale-skinned woman clad in animal skins touched the hijack. Her big bow whirred, and one of the bearer's brothers fell dead, shot through the throat. The Samangs fled, leaving his body untended. The bearer never saw the second brother again. It is stated that these far Asian women, Amazons of the British Empire, never stray beyond their woodland fastness and visit sudden death on all male intruders, whether the intrusion be accidental or not. There seems to have been gynecocrises also in the South Seas, for a German commission of scientists in the 1920s found at Rapa, which may or may not have been an ancient colony of the people of Lemuria or Mu, a martiarty, though a martiarty is not necessarily identical with a commonwealth of fighting Amazon women soldiers. Here, the men, save at certain times, were true drones, while the women worked, governed, and administered. They made admirable articles and fine lace, mosaics, or inlaid stuff. In Samoa, the national war god was a woman. I have entered rather at length on the story of the Amazons of the so-called Old World of Asia, Africa, and Europe, for a reason that will soon appear, all right? So thanks for sticking around this whole time while we're reading this chapter, guys. We're about to get into the interesting stuff. What he's basically saying, he just broke down the whole, myth that you find in the so-called old world about the Amazons, in case anybody didn't know these stories or these myths, these legends. Well, that's basically what most people research. Thanks for sticking around and hearing me read. All right, we're going to continue. It says, Sir Walter Raleigh, La Condamine, Fagel, Laet, Cunha, Sarmiento, Herrera, Coronelli, and a host of conquistadorian soldiers, administrators, and Jesuit and Franciscan monks and missioners in Brazil and Peru all give the same fundamental facts about the Amazons of South America, all right? Just like we went over in my Amazonian video, the real Amazonians, we showed, primary sources. When the conquistadors arrived, the Sephardic Moorish people, they ran into Amazonian women, warrior women that they had to fight. Can they all have been either liars or self-deceivers who credulously swallowed Indian tales of the marvelous? The answer again is no. The solution to the riddle lies in much the same strange territory as that of the dead cities in the highlands of central Brazil and the Mato Grosso, whose walls and porticos and palace and temple facades have, as I have written, so many letters carved on them that are of obvious Greco-Phoenician form or Atlantean origin. America's the true old world, all right? At some time in the far past, the civilizations of the Amazons of the old and the new world must have been connected. Oh, yeah, the only problem is he's seeing it in reverse. Perhaps by a land bridge across the Atlantic Ocean that has long ceased to be. thousands of years ago, there must have been a common center of diffusion of culture. Ages before the Carthaginians and the men in black, the Phoenicians, who were their kingsmen, started to furrow the waters of the Mediterranean. Where is that? The real one is that the Gulf of Mexico and the outer ocean with the keels of their galleys, and still farther back than the Greece of the Hellenes, or even then, the day when the early Aryans defiled through the passes of the Pamirs and pushed down to the Dravidian plains of old India, or Hindustan. There arose a great sea power in the Mediterranean. It was that of the very ancient race of the Carians. All right, who's the Carians? Remember the video? The Carib Carians? They were coming from America, who preceded the ancient Pelasgians, those mighty builders of megalithic cities and walls in the lands of the Aegean, that recall similar great ruins found today on the still unexplored cordilleras of the Andes in modern Colombia. For the Carians were in Illyria before the ancient Pelasgians settled there. The Carians probably preceded by some thousands of years the founding of the great city of Knossos in Minoan Crete, where also arose a strangely modern culture and great civilization which suddenly and mysteriously vanished. Homer knew of the Carians. He calls them Barbaraphonoi, and says they spoke the ancient tongue of Barbaros, found in ancient Africa and Asia. It is the oldest tongue in the world, he wrote, and that Homer was certainly right. Bar, Kad, or Bar is very old word meaning man. There was in ancient Africa a race called Barbar. It is the root of the term Berbers, who are probably the descendants of the ancient people of Carthage in what is now Tunisia. All right, so there are, of course, dangers in present philological links too far, but one may be forgiven for pointing out the curious fact in ancient Africa that the ancient pyramids of Egypt were called Biar Biar because of the great men, the pharaohs who had them erected. All right, so remember, they're talking about the true old world. All this is what I want to say. With the Carthaginians, Phoenicians, ancient Egyptians, all that was right here. The true promised land. The Carians were also connected with another very ancient European race, the Basque of the Pyrenees, right? The Basque, whom some people believe to have originally come from one of the lost Atlantean islands, all right? Coming from out of America. So many are saying they came out of a lost Atlantean island continents of Plato and the Egyptian priests of the Nile. The Basque, huh? Of the real Egypt. The Carians then were masters of the world and deceased before the age of the Phoenicians and the Aryans. And wherever the Carian race went, there one saw gynecocracies. For among them women had great power, which often degenerated into licentiousness and debauchery. The Asian branch of the Carians settled in the Aegean countries of Lydia, Caria, and Cappadocia. Remember, they were coming from the true old world, America, all now located in modern Anatolia, or Turkey and Asia, of the Ottoman power of Angora. The girls and young women of Caria and Lydia had the nightly habit of going into the groves and quiet places and by the seashores, where they met strangers and foreign merchants to whom they prostituted themselves. Listen to this. There was no shame about it. It was a religious rite, for even matrons and mothers chaperoned the girls to the groves of love, the money being used to build funeral monuments and enrich the temples of God of love. Makar, ma, means of course love, and car, or car, fish. Oddly enough, in modern French is the word maquereau, which too has the double meaning of fish and pimp of the brothel. All right, you hear this? The maquereau, the pimp. Huh. The resemblance of terms is no fortuitous thing. Makar is the same as the old Phoenician god, Melkarth. And what is to the point is that in Mexico, in the tongue of the old Quiches, is the word Makar, which also means whale or fish, and the embraces of a prostitute. Do you guys hear that? It's the exact same thing. Like I told you, where's the true old world? And the philology, we've been learning about the study of philology and how it connects different nations of the world together. This is one great example right here. Milk carved signified the same. It's the exact same as the Phoenician, as what they found in the Quiches, the Maya. Exact same meaning, exact same pronunciation of the word. Maybe the cult originally came from the memory of a golden age of divine men. Maybe, right? They're saying, how did they both know it? Because this is the true old world, or gods of the fortunate idols, such as was once found in the land of the dead Atlantean cities of the Brazilian highlands. This is suggested in the fact that on the shores of the Indian Ocean, at Gujarat and Kush in India, the god Makada, all right, same word, Maka, was worshipped under the double character of a god of a golden world or age and an infernal god to whom human sacrifices were offered. Makada, whose symbol was the whale that conquered the abyss, had a harem of women who hugged and embraced at the same time as they dominated him. The same degeneration and aberration of ideas was, as all know who have read William Hickling Prescott's famous history, seen in Aztec Mexico of the pre-conquest age. All right, that's a primary source, as they're shown right there. We have in the Codex Ximalpopoca, History of the Suns or Cosmic Epics, a graphic picture of an Amazonian gynecocracy of this Carian type. The Codex speaks of a great pre-Aztecan chief on the shores of the Pacific. He was called the Sun. His nearest relative, a woman, shared the power with him, as at Teotihuacan, Oxomoco, and Caipatonal, where the same man-woman dual sovereignty prevailed. Marriage was a very fluid institution in those remote days of the Carian gynecocracy. Babylonian type temples with grooves and prostitutes were found on the banks of the Mississippi. Okay? Babylonian type temples on the Mississippi, guys, as on the shores of the Pacific. The supreme pontiff, the sun, ordered that these things be, and his colleague, the woman, queen of the Masa or moon, had her powerful say. At Panuco, the phallus was worshipped, as it must have been in the ancient days of the Marajo island culture, at the mouth of the Rio Amazon, Brazil. Outside the temple of the phallus at Panuco and Teocolhuacan stood statues graphically picturing in the round all the pleasures men might enjoy with women and human figures nude as they were born, presented in stone, scenes like those depicted in that ancient lupanar in Pompey's ruins, just like in Pompeii. Huh? So degenerate became some of these ancient American gynecocratic races that, as at Panuco, cowardly, born drunken fellows, when too lazy to swallow their liquor in the ordinary way, lay down and had others pump it via their anal passages, huh? And the medium of a tube, all the liquor they could hold. According to a gentleman in the train of Cortez, who wrote a story of New Spain, some of these civilized natives at Panuco celebrated a paranoid rite called Ixcuidame. This is supposed to have been brought into Old Mexico by tribes from the east who appeared at Tolan centuries before, took the form of a tanner, skinning a victim alive and clothing himself in the human skin. All right? I draw my readers' notice to what the ancients said of the male Cappadocians. The well-known Jesuit monk and traveler Pierre Francis Xavier de Charlevoix, who explored the Mississippi about the year 1744, found that traces of the ancient Carian gynecocracy still existed among the Natchez Indians, now extinct, they said. They said you went extinct. Wait, I remember reading somewhere that the Natchez were enslaved heavily. A lot ended up in Haiti. So you're saying they went extinct when they got to Haiti, and the rest of them stayed behind here, that survived and assimilated into other tribes, dodged a hijack when they're extinct stories. These Indians in Alabama and Mississippi Now listen to what they're saying about them. It says these Indians in Alabama and Mississippi had a great chief called the Sun, and a woman chief, his nearest relative, sharing the power with him. The life of David Seisberger has a curious passage about a North American Indian gyneocracy. They steered up the Beaver, and beyond the rapids came to the first town. Since leaving the fort, it was inhabited, strange to say, by a community of women, all single, and all pledged never to marry. Monsieur le Vicomte de Chateaubriand, member of the French Academy, who landed in North America about 1791, when he noted that the old religious beliefs of the North American Indians were nearly effaced, spoke of a lunar myth of the Canadian Indians, which is clearly a survival of dim memory of the matriarch of the later Atlanteans. The great hare created six men, one of whom mounted to the sky and had sexual relations with a goddess of vengeance called Ataensi, the moon. When the great hare saw she was pregnant, he kicked her out of heaven and she fell on the back of the tortoise. The tortoise is a North American symbol of cataclysm and the great deluge that sank old Atlantis, while the name of the goddess bears a marked resemblance to that of Athena or Minerva of old Atlan, and one of the earth mothers of ancient Phrygia, linked with Atlan Hyperbori Aire. At the little Panathenaea held on the harbor of the Piraeus at old Athens, there was a peplos or robe with a design embroidered in it, showing scenes related to a war of the old Pelasgians of pre Hellenic Athens with the Atlanteans, in which the latter were beaten. Another saffron colored robe showed scenes in the war of the giants with the gods, which may or may not denote an insurrection of helots or lower caste against the tyranny of the latter oligarchs and imperialists of Atlantis. It may be recalled that it was Neptune striking with this trident who created the horse symbol of war from the earth, while Minerva, Athena, produced the peaceful olive. The notches said the moon, Ataensic, was sheaf of bad spirits, which probably embodies a racial memory of a lunar cataclysm. So again, that was Monsieur le Vicomte de Chateaubriand, member of the French Academy. Chateaubriand goes on to say that another variant of this old Canadian Indian myth was that the moon goddess had two sons, one of whom killed the other. The fratricide named Husekeka was held to be the sun, which may be euhemerized as a dim and garbled memory of a great war or social upheaval in which the moon matriarchy of later great Atlantis and this empire lasted thousands of years, was sunk by the sun patriarchy. It was a war of cults and polities, wherein a man governed society linked with Hercules and Theseus. Ancient antagonists of the Amazon races took the place of the older moon matriarchy. In the Mississippi region lived the old Natchez race, who under priests had anciently migrated from the mountains of a warmer country to the south, where on the plains along the Great Water, this was either South or Central America, all right? And that's true. That's their migration legends that they share with the Creek Nation, the ancients of the old land, all right? The old land, South or Central America, had after many years forced them to quit. They seem to have been a branch of the race of the old Carians, uprooted from old Europe by the convulsions of the great Trojan War, when these old Carians, who had much of the secret marine lore and sea routes of their kinsmen by marriage, the Pauks and Carthaginians, reached old Brazil and became known as the Caraibas. The Natchez of the region of old St. Louis, Mississippi, had two tongues, just as had the old Carians in Europe and the Caraibas in old Brazil. Both Carians and Caraibas had wives who would never eat with them or use their names, and who spoke a different language from that of their husbands. It has, however, never been explained how the Carians, in their first settlement in old central Brazil, came to lose their ancient alphabet of old Cretan type among the Natchez. All right, because they're seeing it in reverse. Among the Nachas, the nobles spoke one tongue, and the common people another, which was also the custom in Incaic Peru, and probably among the proto-Summers voyaging from old India to the Pacific and the shores of an ancient America. Okay, again, guys, I'm gonna keep saying it. They seen it in reverse. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is the true old world. Chateaubriand, remember the member of the French Academy, arrived in the Mississippi some 8 years before the raids died out, and their dialect with them. Among this Natchez branch of the ancient American descendants of old Europe's Carians, there must, in the dim past, have been a struggle or compromise between the moon or matriarchy and the sun or patriarch. Their chief was called the sun and claimed descent from the sun, but kinship descended from the females, so that the son of the dead king's sister might be the new king. These scenes of sadism and decadence, which recalled the last Belsen days of old Mu, were ended by the people withdrawing into the woods and leaving to it the Sun King and the nobles to cultivate the communal fields. A later and more decent chief abolished the old customs. It is curious that these Natchez, who had communist system of society and no private property and no wants, had let themselves fall under such a joke of sadistic despotism. One may shove on one side the vicious screams of female feminists and theorize whether such decadence does not inevitably follow where men decay and gynocracies rule. Perhaps Hercules was not so far out when he said that rule by women was not good for the world, and that was why he and Theseus stamped out the race of Amazons. In the highlands of modern Colombia, old Nueva Granada, before the Spaniard conquistadores under Don Jimenez de Quesada conquered the Chipchaps, there was a town called Limnes or Lema of the Taironas, where armor of gold was forged and fashioned for the old kings of Mexico and Central America. The god of the town and race was Macarona. Macarona. Man, guys, that almost sounds like Macarena. You know that song, Baila tu ritmo alegría Macarena? So maybe there's some relation there, you know? So it says the god of the town and race was Macarona, who also protected the pearl fisheries of the coast. The root is also found in Maracaibo, the famous Venezuelan oil lake. As will be soon seen, these are not accidental resemblances. On the other side of the world, the Carian gynocracies, or women's republics of this very ancient race of the Carians, spread to the shores of the Black Sea. Remember, Carians are coming out of America, where they worship the moon, which to this day, among the Circassians, at the far eastern end of the Black Sea, is called Masa. So the word Amazon means a moon worshipper, but it is with the considerably older branch of the Carian women race in North Africa that one is here more particularly concerned in relation to South and Central America and parts of the Mississippi country, United States of America. For from this long vanished race in ancient North Africa, almost certainly sprang the Amazons of South America. All right, he's guessing because remember, he's still going with the out of Africa, out of Mesopotamia theories, but he's seeing it in reverse, guys. We've proven America is a true old world in so many different ways. So just be ready to dodge the hijack again. Their African Republic, thousands of years ago, lay on the bounds of the known and inhabited world. Some event or conquest disrupted them. A Carthaginian tradition says these North African Amazons were routed and dispersed to the four winds by the Phoenician Hercules or Hercules. All right, are we just talking about Samson, the Danite? The strong man who erected the famous lighthouse pillars of Hercules, perhaps to commemorate the fact that two lofty mountains, one in Spain called Calpe, the other in Africa called Abila, once joined together, had been sundered by the breaking in of the Atlantic, opening the ocean to the closed-in Mediterranean Sea. However, and whenever the dispersal happened, the ancestresses of the Amazons of South America probably crossed the ocean from Africa. All right, again, he said probably, right? Probably he's guessing. He's part right here, he's making up. he's seen it in reverse. So, no, they most likely, or they actually crossed the other way around from the Amazons to the other parts of the world. He's saying they might have done it by way of some then existent land bridge or great island long gone west. R.M. Gatfosi points out that in the Berber tongue of North Africa, Azon or El Azon means people of the Azon in Algiers. Azon was the mother, moon, goddess worshipped after the disappearance of Atlantis, and known in Ireland among the oldest branch of the Celts as Anna or Danu. All right, Danu. Nations whose lands abutted on the region of the sunken Atlantis were, suggests Monsieur Godfossi, given to the female and not male cults. In this connection, it is singular that the Mebengas, a tribe in the South Sea Fiji Islands, have a legend that there was a race of all women and some beings with dogs' tails who rose after the flood. All right, we're talking about dog-headed people. Shout out to Drop Nation. A glimpse of these African Amazons, who strangely recall those of South America, is given by Diodorus Siculus of Sicily, who about 44 to 34 BC went to every country of which his histories tell. He tells an interesting story of the Amazon women and their queen, the female president of an early women's republic located in a land now wholly or partly under sea, but which was then in African Libya. Its approximate modern location would be near Rabat in Morocco, says Diodorus. These women lived on the bounds of the inhabited world. Their men spent their days about the house carrying out the orders of their wives, the Amazons, but took no part in military campaigns or office as free citizens. When the babies were born, they were turned over to the men, who brought them up on milk and cooked foods suitable for children. The breasts of girls were seared because they were a hindrance to warfare. You guys hear that? Their home was in an island of the west called Hespera. All right, they're from the west. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Even though they're calling them African Amazonians, they're telling you right here. Diodorus is letting you know their home is on the west, called Hespera or the Hesperides, which we already have concluded with much research and corroboration that that was here in the Americas. And it lay in the march of Tritonis, near the ocean that surrounds the earth. Okay? The Amazons lived in an island of great size and full of fruit trees. South America, they had many flocks and herds of goats and sheep, but no wheat, for wheat was unknown to them. After they had subdued all the cities on their own island, they decided on world conquest, and the first people against whom they advanced were the Atlanteans, the most civilized among the inhabitants of these regions, who dwelt in a prosperous country and possessed great cities. They were kind to strangers, and the land was the home of the gods. The home of the gods. Do you remember? Myrina, or Myrina, the queen of the Amazons, collected 30,000 women foot soldiers and 3,000 cavalry. They wore large snakeskins, for Libya and North Africa contained snakes of immense size. They carried swords and lances. When the enemy pursued them, they retreated, shooting backwards with good effect. The Atlanteans were defeated in a pitched battle at Cerne, an island without the pillars of Hercules, on the African coast, and the Amazons made their way inside the walls of the city, along with the fleeing enemies, and got the place in their hands. The men from youth upward were put to the sword, and the women and children fled into captivity. Then the city was razed to the ground. The Atlanteans, struck with terror, capitulated on terms, but Queen Myrina treated them well and founded a city to bear her name, in place of that raised elsewhere. Here she settled both captives and any native who so desired. Then, at the solicitations of the Atlanteans, the Amazons attacked the Gorgons, and in a mighty battle gained the upper hand. Great numbers were slain, and 3,000 taken prisoners, after which the wood into which they had all fled was set on fire. But the timber would not burn. And so Myrina returned to her own country. In the night, the Amazons relaxed their watch, and the captive women rose, got swords, and killed many of the Amazons. But the multitude poured in from every side about them, and the prisoners, fighting bravely, were butchered, one and all. Myrina gave a funeral to her foreign comrades on 3 pyres and raised 3 great heaps of earth. All right, we're talking about mounds. Listen to this. We're talking about burial mounds. Where are they finding burial mounds, guys? Come on. Today. Again, she raised 3 great heaps of earth as tombs, a burial mound called to this day the Amazon Mounds. Diodorus Siculus, all right? He wrote that. Diodorus wrote that back in so-called Greek times, talking about mounds, people being buried in mounds. Come on now. He says that in the end, both the warlike race of women called the Gorgons and the Amazons race were destroyed by Hercules when he visited the region to the west and set up his pillars in Libya. He felt it would ill accord with his resolve to be a benefactor of the whole human race of mankind. If he suffered any nations to be under the rule of women, so called Hercules, might be Samson, didn't want to be ruled by women. Wasn't Samson tricked by a woman? So before I continue, I wanted to go up to the previous page. I had some images here. All right, and it has these artifacts. It says here, left old Peking seal, right? Ancient Chinese hieroglyphics. They're saying note the Pan Atlan trident glyph. Okay, then we got these artifacts right here, and in the bottom it says left pre-summer statue, right? Atlantean head flattened North American mound builder. Okay, a mound builder. Continuing about Hercules, it says he points out that the African Amazons were by far the most ancient of the Amazons, having lived many ages before the Trojan War, whereas the Amazons of Thermodon, located in modern northern Anatolia in the Black Sea hinterland, lived only a little before it. Diodorus also adds the significant statement that Queen Myrina was the friend of Horus, the son of Isis, who, as one has pointed out, was something more than a mythological god of Egypt, the Nilotic Christ of the Serapeum, whose rites have been grafted into Roman Catholicism, all right? That's Hermetics, that's what they're talking about, and it turned into Gnosticism and eventually Christianity, a lot of it. We've shown the drop. Horus, indeed, was a notable of old Atlantis. Diodorus says that the march of Tritonis disappeared from sight when a great earthquake tore asunder those parts of it which lay towards the ocean. Maybe it was before the great cataclysm came and sank the island continent or continental islands of the Atlantic Ocean that the ancestresses of the Amazons crossed from Africa to South America. All right, it's all America and the lands lying around the then much larger Gulf of Mexico. How many thousands of years ago? These events happened, none can say. Since Diodorus drew on traditions and Carthaginian temple archives, it is probably true that there is a real foundation of prehistory behind the seaman legend. We have to grope through a cloud of mythology and racial and ancestral memories and traditions preserved both in America and Old Europe and Africa by Mayan, Peruvian, and Aztecan priests and wise men, and Carthaginian and Phoenician or Egyptian temple record keepers. All right. So again, those last 3 groups right there, a lot of those, you know, basically are coming from America. You guys know why I say that? Because the Carthaginians, they were in the Americas. Phoenicians coming out of here. Egyptian, well, you guys already know ancient Egypt was here. These are their sources. It is a regular march of Tritonis, but wading through it as best one may, one's feet now and then stumble onto the patch of drier ground in the cloudy swamps of prehistory and tradition. Piecing together traditions and stories related in fragments of lost works by other Greek and Roman historians, it would seem that the lake of Tritonia, with the island in its center on which stood the Amazon city of Hespera, and it will be seen that Hespera was a peculiarly Amazonian type of city, was joined to the Atlantic Ocean by a narrow canal. When this sudden inundation took place, these writers say that the catastrophe forced the Amazons to go on trek, have turned their wanderings and martial footsteps towards what is now called the Dahomey, where today live the mountain and armed women called the Amazons of Dahomey or Abomey, part of the African Equatorial Empire of France, all right? Literally saying they came from Atlantis, all right? AKA America. But the main body of immigrants under Queen Myrina raided the territory of the Gorgons, said to have been also a society of women warriors, whose land was in modern Algeria, Numidia. After imposing a levy on the Gorgons, Myrina, well furnished with horses, food, clothes, and weapons, led her host of women warriors along the shores of Libya into the land of Pharaoh, who received them kindly and gave them food. From Egypt, they wandered into Arabia, where they waged war on the Arabians, then to Palestine and Syria, and everywhere fought battles with the races opposing their marches. The kings of Tyre and Sidon, Phoenicians, made a treaty of peace with Queen Marina, and the Amazons stayed in these lands for some years, all right? Where? In Phoenicia, in Tyre, again, all these people coming out of America, and that's where they're chilling in the lands of these people for some years, recovering from the hardships of their long trails from Africa into Asia. From Phoenicia, the Amazons passed into a territory of the Caucasus, bordered by modern Armenia. Here, Myrina organized a permanent state and remained its head till her death. Once again, profound distaste for a settled life seized on these restless warrior women, and they began to invade their neighbors. The Trojan War gave them an outlet for their aggressiveness, but when their queen Penthesilea was slain by Achilles, the Amazons split into two sections. One section returned to Armenia, where they had an island in the middle of a lake with a temple in which Queen Myrina was buried. This little island town was called Faro. It was clearly modeled on the prototype submerged Hespera. Another section may have embarked in ships of the Phoenicians and sailed across seas to the West Indies or Brazil. But however this may be, it is odd that in the lower Amazonas, their South American country, there is also a town called Faro. All right, you guys hear that? So where is the original Faro? This is what been trying to tell you. Where is the true old world? It is near modern Obidos, where exists a lake with an ancient temple concealed in the middle of a little wooden island. It even has a temple described the same way in the middle of an island, the same way it's described, okay, in legend. Come on now. This is exactly what I mean when we're reading these legends of the Greeks, these myths and all that. Picture America, the true old world. Because later on, they renamed all these places in Europe and Asia. They had to do that so it can fit into their false narratives. Again, this place right here, which is called Pharaoh the same way, has a temple in the middle of the island. This is one theory of their wanderings from the Near or Middle East to old America. And again, he's seeing it in reverse. It may be true, but what is certain is that whether across the then existent but now vanished land bridge between Africa and Brazil, or over the Atlantic Ocean, in the ships of the carrion or old carrion race of soldier seamen, they at least reached the other world, that, as the ancient priests of Egypt said, 5 or more thousand years ago, surrounded the true ocean. That world was, of course, America. Again, America plays a big role in this, guys. But again, they're seeing it in reverse. Perhaps the Amazons were driven there after some war with the more combatant militarist races of the Atlanteans. All right. And again, pay attention. He said, perhaps. He's guessing right there. Some of whom were also clearly men of peace and culture. All we know is that both carrion men and carrion women, or Amazons, were found in South America thousands of years later, in our own era, that we clearly discern, looming through the mist of the dim, far past. All right, again, Remember my Carians video, Carib, Carians? They came out of America. All right, so I just want to go to the footnote here, where you guys see number 2. And let's go down here where it says, number 2, it says, thousands of years ago, the Caribbean islands were considerably larger than they are today. And in a place of the modern Caribbean Sea, there was an extension of the mainland from Central America called Paraiba, okay? It was connected to Central America and this great piece of terra firma. And in islands around it lived the 7 tribes of the Tupi nations. Maybe here was the origin of the mystic 7 cities of Cibola, where sent Don Coronados on his fruitless journey into the north of Mexico. These Tupis are variously stated to have been refugees from the submerged Atlantis and Carians or Paris. Remember? Caribs, Tupis, like this is what I was just referencing. We have read another book on this. The Carians were coming out of the Americas, even though they'll say of Mediterranean descent. Where's the true Mediterranean? Is that the Gulf of Mexico? Though they could not be both, their priests called them sons of Tupan. However, bit by bit, this American land of Antillia, or Caraiba, was swallowed up by the sea until the surviving Tupis got away in small boats and landed about where is now located Caracas, modern Venezuela. The Phoenicians of Brazil are said to have transported the Tupis in ships to the north of Brazil. The Phoenicians, right? They took a ride with Phoenicians. That's all over here in Americas, according to him. However this may be, when the early Spanish missioners arrived in Venezuela, the Carib Tupis told the padres that their Tupi ancestors had lost half their people in a cataclysm which overtook a large island in the Caribbean, that the survivors rode in little ships to the mainland of South America, thousands dying on the passage across, and that big ships took many others of them away to the south, to other great lands. Fray Antonio Vieira, the apostle of the Brazilian Indians, heard from the Tupinambas along the Amazon and the Tabajaras that their forebears had come to North Brazil from a land across the sea that no more existed, and they were the most ancient folk of Brazil. However, in that they were greatly mistaken. That distinction belongs to the black troglodytes, all right, of the Roosevelt Plateau and the Rio Huapes on the still unexplored border of Colombia, South America. We're talking about so-called black folks, the black troglodytes or cave dwellers, they're saying, who use clubs as weapons and live on frogs and snakes. This queer race of old Brazil were probably contemporary with the lost white race of bearded men who ruled the great empire of Atlantic Brazil. Dodged the hijack. They never said they were pale skinned. All right, I just wanted to read that footnote. We're going to go back to the reading. So continuing says, and we know too that the Amazons landed in one of the West Indian islands thousands of years ago. They are from there. Come on. There now falls a complete blank of more thousands of years. Many empires rose, declined, and vanished in old Europe, around the Mediterranean, in Africa, and Asia. It is only in Mexican native traditions that, as I have said in pages 139, 140 supra, we catch a sudden flashback of the movie of history. It is a vivid picture of an Amazonian gynecocracy settled somewhere near the Mississippi in modern United States of America. Here, women shared power with priests and kings in a land of the Nahuatls, who allied themselves with the old Carians in America. After a time, as in ancient Lydia and Caria, in the faraway Aegean, licentiousness and lustful debauchery were rampant. Every woman seemed to have a common property and every man, thus reversing the position in the old buccaneering island of Providence in the Bahamas. In the end of the 17th century and early 18th century, marriage was very much a matter of convenience and voluptuousness. There were temples around the Mississippi filled with prostitutes, as in those of Siva in the India of today. Do you guys hear this? These ancient American temples also had pictures and erotic carvings recalling those which the modern Italian guide takes male visitors aside to look at on the ruined walls of what once were banos in Roman Pompeii, a faint reflection of the state of affairs in these prehistoric American all red light temples and cities of ortho and homosexuality is to be found in the Bible of the Quiches, the Popol Vuh. All right, some deep stuff right here. He's talking about literally some ancient brotels, temples, right? Temples around the Mississippi. The annals of Culhuacan tell of a Toltec king who made an expedition to the province of Huitznahuac, where, after many fruitless attempts, he managed to defeat a bold Amazon princess, Chimalmon, who fought stark naked at the head of a body of Amazons. The prince eventually married her, a felicitous marriage of his beauty and her brains. The Amazons must have arrived in ancient Mexico in a very remote day, for Diego de Camargo, the Mexican historian, quotes an ancient Aztecan source as saying that many hundreds of Amazons invaded the region of Anahuac in the Mexican Valley. These women came from the eastern coastal region of Huaxtecs. Their habit in war was to kill all prisoners, and their weapons were the bow and spear. Their leader in war took the name of Tlazolteotl, who was the ancient Mexican Venus, with another and Hecatian aspect of goddess of witches. In this chapter, I have noted the existence today in a wooded island in Lago de Titicaca, Peru, of Amazons called the Urus, with a witch cacica at the head. There was also, as stated supra, an Amazon state located on the Pacific littoral of ancient Mexico. Then the veil falls for long ages. We know nothing of the Amazons of Central or South America, but over the seas in old Europe, when Britain was split up into 7 kingdoms, and Dane and Norman pirates, again, pirates, Danish, the Northmen, we already know who those are, looted, raped, and burned right and left over North and Western England. A band of women warriors under a queen, Vlasta, rose deep in Bohemia in the 8th century AD. They captured and enslaved men in a virgin's castle, which they heavily fortified. Came along a duke who did not take them seriously at first, but when they took and slaughtered some of his best fighting men, they laid siege to this virgin's castle. The women first beheaded 21 men prisoners and then marched out to attack the duke and his army. They fought till all had fallen under the swords and spears of the fighting men. In Africa, one of the old homes of the Amazons, but this time at the opposite end in old Ethiopia or Abyssinia, the famous Queen of Sheba of Arabia seems to have set up a race of Amazon warriors. Don Francisco Alvarez, a Portuguese monk who went traveling to the land of Prester John, reached about 1521 the court of Pete Yani, the great Christian emperor of Ethiopia. He heard a story curiously like that told by Diodorus. All right, so that's the hijack when you're picturing Ethiopia today in Africa. When you're talking about the land of Prester John, that was in the Americas mostly. So when they visited Prester John in the Americas, he says, Diodorus. So there's a similar story told by Diodorus, and it says, I was certified that on the frontiers of Damute and Gorash, modern Guragwe, as you travel south, there is a kingdom governed by women called Amazons, as recorded in the book of Dom Pedro de Infanta of Portugal. But 6 women have their husbands with them all the year. They have no king, but a queen that has no certain husband, but suffers any man to lie with her, to get her with child. The eldest daughter succeeds in the kingdom. They are very valiant women and great warriors, and ride upon certain beasts that are very swift and like unto oxen. They are great archers, and in their youth cause the left breast to be dried up, that it hinder not their shooting. Great store of gold they gather, which is carried into many parts of Ethiopia. The husbands of these women are no warriors, because the women will not suffer them to manage arms. Alvarez, in his Universal History, says They were Amazons living south of the Modi and Abyssinia, about AD 1520, who burnt off the left breast when they were young and fought with bows and arrows. All right, they had bows and arrows. Mounted on bullocks, such a bright scene outdazzles anything in fairyland and would sure have warmed the cockles of the old Yankee heart of the great Barnum. Perhaps they could also have saddled the African elephant. Mr. Marco Polo speaks of a kingdom of women ruled by a woman, which was in two islands near Socotra. All right, that sounds like Queen Khalifa. He calls them male and female islands. It is possible that here, with another sacred and adjacent Easter island, we have a dim memory of the old Atlantean island of Panchaea in the Indian Ocean, and from which old India could be seen. Marco adds that these Amazon islands lay 500 miles south of the kingdom of Kesmakoran, province of Mekran in Baluchistan. The islands are, he says, 30 miles apart, and that men visit the women only in March to May each year and return to trade in husbandry in their own island for the rest of the year. Friar Jordanos located these women in what he calls India Tertia, East Africa, with a question mark, right? They don't know. Another writer, Conti, says that those who remain in the island of the others beyond 6 months die. Don Juan Bermudez, the patriarch to the Emperor of Ethiopia, who went on embassy to the King Dom João III of Portugal, right? This is Columbus' family, remember, in 1565 added that these Amazons of northeastern equatorial Africa sent men, children back to the fathers and burned their own left paps for archery. Their queen is worshipped among them for a goddess. They were set up by the queen of Saba or Sheba. Like I said, it sounds like Sheba, right? Who went to see King Solomon. I knew they were talking about California. They don't know what land they were talking about. They're talking about East Africa, maybe not. They were talking about California. When the veil at last rose on the Amazons in South America, they were already a power behind the eastern cordilleras of the Andes of old Peru. At some date unknown, but long before the conquistadores of Cortez invaded Mexico or Pizarro's Castilian bandits pushed their horses over the passes into old Cusco, Peru, a nation of women behind and in the pueblo of Changara, that is, between the country of the Canches and Collao, built many earthwork fences, all right, mounds, great ditches and forts and trenches, and fought against a valiant chief named Sapana. Saponi, Sapana? That sounds like the Sapana from the Saponi tribe, who was the Abraham of the Incas. He was the what? The Abraham of the Incas. The women were routed and their very name forgotten. The remains of their forts were to be seen in the days of Antonio de Herrera, Coronista Major of the King of Spain, in Castile, in the Indies, about 1610. This chapter is not actually a history of the Carians, but the facts are so curious in relation to Central America that it may be pointed out that one of their singular customs in old Europe and the Levant of an ancient day was carried across the Atlantic, again, seeing it in reverse. They seem to have landed in Brazil, where in some way unexplained, they lost even the elements of their old world culture as represented by an alphabet. Herodotus and Strabo both point out that the Carian women spoke a different language from the men, and that they never ate at the same table with the men. This custom appears to have originated in a day when the Ionian Greeks committed something approaching a rape of the Sabines on the Carians. The men were all killed, and the Carian women forcibly wedded, swore they would never eat with the husbands, be called by their names, or speak their tongue. The oath was passed on to their daughters. In Brazil and all over northern South America, wherever Caribs or Caraiba were found, the men spoke, and still today speak, a different language from the women and eat alone. All right, you hear that? That legend of the Carians. Remember who the Carians are? Previous videos, Caribs, Carian sea people, they were coming from here. So now look how they're actually living that culture, and tradition. In South America, the Galibis, another branch of the race, in northern South America, and at one time in Darien, not only had one tongue for the women and another for the men, but they also destroyed all male babies, sparing the women. Padre Raymond Breton, the missioner, who compiled a Carib dictionary, says that in the late 17th century, the Caribs still spoke two different tongues. Some of their words, he pointed out, have distinct affinities with the Phoenician. All right, what is Phoenician? Paleo Hebrew, talking about an old world language here. The men of the Carrion race, being world navigators, at last wandered into the South Pacific and disembarked at the mouth of the Rio Esmeraldas on what is now the coast of northwest Ecuador. Ranging inland towards the Cordilleras of the Andes, they set up a dynasty of kings named Scythians. Velasco's History of the Old Kingdom of Quito. All right, we're going to get into that book. So you hear this? They're saying Carrion set up a kingdom in the Andes. They named it the dynasty Scythians. All right, they're seeing all this in reverse. All right, who's the Carians? Others of their race appeared in more southerly parts of those early seas. Off the coast is what is now Chile and Peru. They left ancient tombs in Peru. The Carians were also known as the Coyoas. They had probably journeyed all the way from old Mexico, crossing the mountains and launching their ships on the early Pacific. The Coyoa Carians had an idea of their ancestry. They truly said, "We are a very ancient race." They also had a tradition of a great deluge. A long time before the rise of the Inca power and the occupation of the country by that imperial race, there suddenly appeared out of the vale of Coquimbo two Carian Coyoan chiefs, Sapani and Cari. You hear that? Sapani, and Cari. Cara. In this island, which was swampy, Cari passed to Lake Titicaca to attack an island in it called Chuquito. In this island, which was swampy, he came across a white-bearded race, from whom he fought till he exterminated them, a white-bearded. The Coyoa Carians took possession of the land around about and settled many colonies. They oppressed the natives all around their frontiers. This white-bearded race must have been the descendants of the lost, highly civilized white people. All right, that's the hijack. So you guys see, again, these authors always try to say that these ancient, Atlanteans and first men were all white. But he just means these ancient people, right? These ancient Amarucans, sea peoples, who built magnificent, but now dead, Brazilian cities thousands of years before, okay? North, where the Andean Cordilleras throw a spur into the Darien Isthmus, another trail of Carians ended in the highlands of modern Santa Fe de Bogota and around Lake Maracaibo, the famous oil region of modern Venezuela. The Carians gave their racial name to this lake and that of their god of love and sea, Macara. All right, so again, they're seeing all this in reverse. Carians came out of here. The race of South American Amazon women probably had a contact with their Carian kinsmen of these regions, for in their great treks across South America from the eastern Andes to the Orinoco, they carried with them strange green stones which came from these mysterious mountains of the old Carians and the builders of great dead cities, or from some lost country on the Peruvian borders. More on this in its place. The Carians ranged into old Mexico and allied themselves with the Nahuatls, the successors of the Toltecs. All right, they allied themselves with the invaders, These Carians. So they got some images here. It says Proto-Crete Carian and a Cara woman descended from the old Carians of Levant. All right. So these Carians allied themselves with the Nahuatls, the ones who took over the Toltecs, right? Who were giants in stature and skilled workers in gold. They took their genocracies with them, and today, 1950, there exists in the isthmus of Tehuantepec, Mexico, a strange race of dancing matriarchs, seldom or never contacted by outsiders, who may be direct descendants of a race of Amazons in old Mexico. Down in South America, the Amazons are heard of in the time of the ninth Inca emperor, Inti Cusi Hualpa or Huaracapac. The Inca was a beautiful youth, and he heard when he was in the country of the Motiloni Indians that east of the Cordilleras of the Andes lay a civilized people ruled over by an Amazon queen, Quillago. He had a queer adventure when he marched his army into her country. A river was fortified on both banks by the people and bridged. The bridge he burnt and killed many of the Amazon queen's people. The war lasted for 2 years. It was a very modern sort of war in duration, and none got the upper hand. At last, the queen was captured. The Incas sought to gain her over with rich presents, which she would not accept. Then he ordered her to be liberated. She went back to her city and then planned to kidnap the Inca. In her palace was an inner apartment with a deep well. She decided to lure the Inca into the inner chamber and then have him drowned. But he got wind of the plot to kill him by water. On the day arranged for his visit to the Amazon queen, the Inca went at a certain hour to her palace and was received with cordial demonstrations. Hand in hand, Inca and Amazon queen ascended the stairway to the inner chamber where the snare was all set. But once inside, the Inca caught the lintel of the door with his left hand and bracing his feet strongly against the top of the well, heaved his body against the Amazon queen and so caused her to stumble and pitch into the well, meeting the fate she had intended for him. A shouting virago, a woman servant, came at him with tooth and nail, but she too he seized round the waist and sent her to join the queen at the bottom of the well. Another Inca, Tupac Yupanqui, had to wage a fierce war with the Colhuas, a race of white-bearded men. All right, they mean people with gray hairs, right? White beards, said by ancient traditions to have come from the seas of the east. And at the head of the 12,000 Quechuas, he marched on Huarmi Pucara, which means the woman fortress. Here he fought with women of the Quilla or moon. The overconfident Quechua army was defeated by the women, and only one man escaped to bring the news of the disaster to the Inca. The same Inca led an army of 200,000 men on a new conquest of the Andes. As far as the confines of Huancaville and Carabaya, the root Car clearly denotes a place of the old South American Carians descended from the old Carian migrants from old Europe. That's the hijack, seeing it in reverse. As might be expected at Carabaya, the Inca found he had entered a province inhabited entirely by women, called the Huarmi Huaca, women soldiers, from the ancient fortress of Sacsayhuaman at Cusco. All right, we're just talking about the city of David. Yupanqui sent out a captain against the revolting Chilis who lived around Tucuman in a land of much fine gold. The Chilis had an army of 20,000 women soldiers and 20,000 men. The first modern European known to have come into contact with the West Indian Amazons was Christopher Columbus, all right, aka Salvador Fernandez Sarco, all right, that was his real name, the Portuguese, remember? In AD 1493, and we got his writings of the Amazons and the Amazon, right? When he landed in Martinique, the old name of which was Martinique. Here, the natives told him traditions of a kingdom of white women. You know, the primary sources, this is where we catch them, guys, because the primary sources never said white. So, you know, shame on this author, you know, adding that right there. So he's saying a kingdom of white women of the American Amazonian. The primary source never said nothing about white. Again, the natives told him traditions of a kingdom of women of the American Amazonian, or old Caribbean race, once ruling in old Martinique. The Caras of the Antilles had legends, too, of a far-off time when the sea was not in those regions, but all was dry land. It is Peter Martyr, or Peter Martyr of Angera, or Angleria, who ran a school for nobles at the court of Queen Isabella of Spain, who, at the court, heard and wrote into his De Novo Ordo contemporary stories of the discoveries made by Columbus in the Caribbean. On the first voyage, some of the natives were sent prisoner to old Spain, all right? Columbus sending slaves, right? American Indian slaves to Europe. Remember, we got the whole drop already. And they and others later set free, affirmed that the isle of Martinique was inhabited only by women, all right? Remember that? We've read this before. Martinique was an island full of Amazonian women. The Spaniards at the time of the first voyage heard about these women and have unfairly been accused by later historians and critics of undue credulity and the lending of too ready an ear to native Indian yarns, says Peter Martyr. It seems that the cannibals went at a certain times of the year to visit these women exactly as the Thracians passed to the isle of Lesbos, where dwelt the Amazons, right? Same way. So there's people actually doing this stuff. It's not just a story. Okay, see, so this is where they really got the story from. What is the real Mediterranean? Where's the true old world? When the children of this union are weaned, they send the boys to the fathers, but keep the girls. It is claimed that the women know of great subterraneans, caverns, vaults, or tunnels where they hide themselves, so that if men try to visit them before the agreed time and attempt to use force to enter these tunnels or adopt trickery and ruses, the women defend themselves with arrows, and they know how to shoot them with skill. That, at least, is what they say. I repeat it to you. All right, this was Peter Martyr. All right, primary source from those times. Writing this. There's Amazonian women here in the Americas. These real people practicing what he's saying the Thracians did with the women in the island of Lesbos. People were doing it right here. Columbus himself said on 4th March 1493 that these women warriors of old Martinique covered themselves with brazen plates and used bows and arrows of cane. These Amazons have many of these plates, all right? We got the primary source where we read that. And yeah, he said, yeah, they were, dressed up with a shield and plates and all that. Alfonso Ulloa, a companion of Columbus on the famous voyages, wrote in his Historia del S.D. Fernando Colombo that the admiral believed that the Indians, Caribs, told him of the Amazons of Matrimonio, or Martinique because he saw the spirit and strength these women displayed. Ulloa also makes a significant comment, not that he appreciated the significance of the female cults of lunar worship practiced by these West Indian Amazons, who related that the day was for by the sun and the night for by the moon, whence these women told the time by the other stars, and when the great bear rose or such a star set. At Samaya, the rendezvous on the northeastern shores of San Domingo Hispaniola, of the buccaneers about 170 years later, Columbus captured some warlike Caribs, one of them coming before the admiral naked as he was born from his mother's womb, said in a loud voice that he and the rest were Caribs, and that the Gulf cut off Hispaniola from them. He said that the island of Matanino was peopled only with women, to whom the Caribs went on certain days of the year, that the women sent the boys to their fathers to be brought up by them. All right, you guys hear that? This is where they're getting their stories of the Amazons. Who are the so-called Greeks? Our chronologies are false. All this is happening much more recent. Ulloa also says that when the Spaniards of Columbus went ashore in Guadosupa or Guadalupe, they captured one of these Amazon fighting women who told them all her history. It is a pity that this unique history does not seem to have been recorded in the journals concerning the first and last voyages. We read, Enero, el día 13 de Domingo, or 13th of January, Sunday. An Indian of Hispaniola told the admiral that the island of Martinio was entirely peopled by women without men, and had much tulip, gold, or copper. The admiral intended to have taken some of these women home to Ferdinand and Isabella. He wanted to seize 5 or 6 of these Amazons, to whom, at a certain time of the year, men came from the island of Carib, some 10 to 12 leagues away. They kept only the girls of these unions. You guys hear that? This is where they got the legends from. Now, we've been reading, a lot today, right? In this chapter, and it was all about stories of legends and myths and all these stories of the Amazons in the old world. But now we're actually getting primary sources of actual Amazons who are actually practicing what the stories of the Amazons say. Okay? The men who had sexual intercourse with these Amazons were very fierce and cannibals, but not monsters or malformed. They are naked and wear their hair long as the women of Castile. All the other islands they range, pillaging all they can. They have bows and arrows of cane stems, tipped with a small piece of wood. Fierce are they among people who are exceedingly cowardly. They are the men who lie with these women in the island of Martinique, where the women do no feminine work, but use bows and arrows of cane and wear plates of copper, of which they have much, okay? Fernando Columbus says in another place, so this is his son, right? We anchored off the isle of Guadalupe and sent ashore a well-manned boat. But before they came to landing, abundance of women came out of the woods with bows and arrows and feathers, as if they would defend their island. For this, and because the sea ran high and was rough, those in the boat kept aloft, and sent off 2 Indian women we had taken in Hispaniola. These women went swimming to the beach. The other women ashore particularly asked about the Christians, and said if they wanted provisions in exchange for other things, they must go in their ships to the north side, where their husbands were, who would give them what they wanted. Juan de Grijalva of the isle of Yucatan in March 1518 saw Cozumel Island, says an old unpublished manuscript, here translated for the first time. A few days later, we sighted on a point of land a very beautiful tower that we were told by our Indian pilot was lived in by the women who lived without husbands. We thought they were descendants of the Amazons. There are also islands situated on the sides of this Coloacana, which only women inhabit. Some think they live after the manner of the Amazons, but that they consider the matter more wisely, think them to be virgins living in common together, and delighting in solitariness, as in ancient times the virgin Vestals, consecrated to Bonadea, used to do. At a certain times in the year, men from the bordering islands visit them, not for purpose of procreating, but moved with pity to till their fields and dress their gardens, through which manuring the ground they may better live. Yet report goes that there are other islands, but of corrupt women, who cut the paps of their young girl children. All right, that's corrupt women doing that. Listen to this. That they made the better practice of the art of shooting, and that men resort to them to beget children, and that these women do not keep the boy babies. Old California, which means lower or Baja California, must in some way as mysterious as the source of Francis Bacon's Atlantean House of Salomon in the South Seas, have supplied a Portuguese writer, Johann or Vasco de Lobeira, with a curious story, not altogether unfounded, as much later Lower Californian mountain and cliff discoveries of ancient colored frescoes and petroglyphs showed about a race of black Amazons. All right, you guys hearing this? The old writer drawn on by Garcia Ordóñez de Montalvo, who in 1510 wrote a rare romance called Esplandian based on Amadis de Gaula's famous epic, said, all right, we got this so many times. Check out my Queen Khalifa videos, and we proved it was more than just a romance story. It was actual history. She was real. It was there in California. Yes. Know ye that on the right hand of the Indies, right, is an island called California, very near the terrestrial paradise, very near where Utah. Oh, the Four Corner region. Yeah, it's very near there. It is peopled by black women, valiant in body, fiery in heart. The island has the highest of cliffs and wildest of rocks in all the world. All these women, weapons are of gold. They ride wild beasts they have tamed. They live in caves very well carved for dwelling purposes. They have many ships in which they have sailed to other lands, where the men they captured they carried with them, thereafter putting them to death. Sometimes in peace, they have carnal relations with neighboring antagonists, and many become pregnant. Follows the usual story of keeping female babies and killing the males. This, so far one knows, was to cow the males so that, few in number, these women could overrun and master their lands, keeping only those needed to save the race from dying out. The romancer who wrote truer than he knew, for, as I hinted in Queer Caves in Lower California, are ancient frescoes of clothes men and women, listen to this, of race unknown, which still await the examination of competent ethnologists. Tells how these black Amazons trapped griffins who abound in the rocks, all right? They actually found frescoes with this in California, pottery, artifacts. They never showed us this stuff. These women went out to take the young griffins, who had very thick hides. They bore them to their caves, reared them, and fed them with men captives and the male children these black Amazons bore. The women were so cunning that the griffins never killed them. If any man entered this island, the griffins would seize him, bear him aloft, flying through the air, and when angered, failed not to let him drop from a height. Then the pagans assembled to go out with great fleets against the emperor of the Christians in Constantinople. The queen of California heard she was great in body and beautiful, and in the flower of her age. She knew not what sort of people Christians were, for she had no news of other far lands. Having a desire to do great deeds, she ordered a great fleet to be built, put aboard her women with their gold weapons, and in a lighter barge placed behind network and thick wood cages 500 griffins, reared and fattened on men's flesh, and sailed to meet the great men of the pagans. We are told how over Turkey the griffins released from their cages flew high in the air until far below they saw from the air a great army of people, where on being very hungry they flew down and seized the fattest soldier, and their talons bore him off and galloped the long pig and his bacon. This yarn was written 25 years before Don Hernando Cortez landed in Aztec Mexico, where Amazons really were to be found. Cortez must have read this romance, for in 1524, in a report to the Emperor Charles V, in Old Spain, Cortez calls California an island, and by that name, and adduced native reports about it. And for many years later, the old cartographers regarded California as an island or group of islands. It was from the Aztecan Mexico of Moctezuma that the next titan of the warrior women of the New World reached the court of the Holy Roman Emperor and King of Spain, Carlos Quinto, right? Or Charles V in Old Madrid. Remember, Charles V. It came in the fourth letter from Hernando Cortez, conquistador of Aztec Mexico, to the emperor, and is dated 15th October 1524. We hear of an island of only women without men, and lying 10 days' distance from Colima, and many persons have gone there from that province and have seen them. I was also told that they were rich in pearls and gold. From time to time, men go to the island from the mainland to wife with the women. Okay, we actually got the primary source where he actually wrote that, and there's no indication that he actually is saying that because he read a romance of somebody wrote in Spain. He's telling you the natives told him this, and that the natives are going and doing that. He's telling you actual events, not a romance story. Colima is on the western Pacific side of Mexico, which seems to rule out the West Indian Islands. But from queer stories still current in Mexico today, one may suspect that the location of this island of Amazons was not in the Isthmus of Tehuantepec. 6 years later, and some years before that, mystical emperor Don Carlos V or Charles V, who had wished that his empire be one on which the sun never set, suddenly decided to renounce the world and all its gods and retire to the oak groves of Yuste and Estremadura, where they say he assisted one night in the nearby monastery at the rites of his own funeral. There came to Spain the tidings that a gallant hidalgo was setting out on the trail of the gold, the pearls, and the Amazons. One day they arrived at the bar of Sanlúcar de Barrameda, near Cadiz, en route to Seville, a gallant caballero and hidalgo, who was the emissary of Don Nuño de Guzman. The caballero brought strange and romantic tidings from Don Nuño for the emperor and king who already dominated most of Europe. It was a letter dated AD 1530 from Aztatlan, Mexico, all right, Aztatlan, Aztatantis, 10 days further. I shall go to find the Amazons, which some say dwell in an arm of the sea, and that they are very rich and reckoned by the people as goddesses. Okay, this is a primary source from 1530 calling Mexico Aztlan. Okay, now the author put they are whiter than other women. It doesn't say that in the primary source. It might say they are fair or more beautiful than other women. We always ready to dodge the hijack. Okay, bows they use and arrows with targets. So bows and arrows, you know, we're talking about true old world America. They have many and great towns. At a certain time, they admit men to go with them, who bring up the males as those of the female issue. From Omitlan, a province of Michoacan or Michoacan of the Greater Spain, on the 8th day of July, 1530. It is very significant in view of what I hinted above in my remark about modern rumors in Mexico City, that this letter was written on the very frontiers of that isthmus of Tehuantepec, where in this year of 1950, dancing matriarchs live deep in jungly mountains or wild recesses and are seen of none, whether greaser or gringo. Who may say if these dancing matriarchs are not the direct descendants of old Mexico's Amazons of Cortez' day? The elusive island of Cihuatan of the Amazons seems to have been located in the Gulf of California, near the shores of the modern Mexican states of Sinaloa or Sonora, though Vedia surmised it might be Baja California. Capitán Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo y Valdés, primer cronista del Nuevo Mundo, who wrote of the pacification of the province of Coliman, said to lie near Panuco, said that the capital, General Hernando Cortez, was told that at certain times men went from the mainland to the island to lie with the women to make them pregnant. He added the usual story about the disposal of the children of these unions. All right, so again, I want to emphasize what we're reading here and what I've shown before in a previous video with Hernan Cortez, the primary source they're getting this from. He did say he heard from the Indians, as they're saying here, there was an island of women, warrior women, and the men got to go and, as it says here, impregnate them. Sometimes they will get rid of the children if it's a boy. He didn't get that from a romance they wrote in Spain. The Indians were telling him that, so that debunks all that romance stuff. All right, so this is the story they're saying from those times. The Spaniards, right? So-called Spaniards and Portuguese. And they say the island is 10 leagues from that province, and that many of the men have seen it, and it is very rich in gold and pearls. Gold, California, huh? But the story of the women, no Christian has any faith in, though the Indians testify to its truth. All right, the Indians, they're not getting that from a romance story written in Spain. From San Miguel de Neveri, in the Meta province, whose governor is Jerónimo Dortal, is the sea where that cacique lives. And it was there where the governor and his people wintered. They reckon it is 150 and more leagues to the south. Here the Christians came across many pueblos where the women were queens or cacicas and absolute female rulers. They govern and not their husbands. There is one especially called Orocome, who is obeyed in the territory for more than 30 leagues around. She was very friendly to the Christians and was served only by women, and her town and society have no commerce with men, save when they are sent for and ordered to do something or to go to war. The land of this queen is fertile and healthy, with good food and sweet water. The climate is temperate. In a chapter on the conquista of Nuevo Galicia, northwest Mexico, de Oviedo y Valdez tells how Nuño de Guzman, warring on those coasts, had news of women whom he shortly after called Amazons. Okay, he was what, calling them the what? Amazons. Where in America? Again, this ain't fables, these are real accounts of real people. Hearing of this, a capitan, Cristobal de Oñate, begged of the general Nuño de Guzman to allow him to pacify these Amazons, and the general sent him to search for them. All right, primary source. On the road, he was very badly wounded in an Indian pueblo called Quinola, who were aided by another pueblo, a league away, called Quilla. Most of his men also being badly hurt, he waited for the arrival of the governor. When the governor arrived, the Capitan Maestre de Campo, Gonzalo Lopez, begged to go to the women's pueblo. and by marches he arrived 5 leagues from the pueblo of Ciguatan. Here he was overtaken by a message from the governor, who ordered him to wait, for the governor wished to see who were these women and what they were like. Next day, going his rounds of the camp, in sight of the women's town, he met, not far from it, a great number of the female species coming along the road, whom he supposed to be these women. They wore white shifts, chemises, that reached to the feet and were rushed, plaited, at the wrist and throat. In good order, Capitan Lopez removed to a little distance to make way for these women, but they all took such fright at the horses of the Spaniards that they decided to come in peace, and they conducted the Spaniards to their pueblo and gave them many good things to eat. This pueblo has up to 1,000 houses, well built with streets in very good order. The land is well settled and most fertile and pleasant. The women told the Spaniards that all the young men of the territory came to the town 4 months in each year to sleep with them, and that the women joined with them in temporary marriage for that time and no more, without the men troubling them to serve or gratify them in any other way. The women ordered the young men to go in the day into the town or to the countryside to do whatever service the women wanted done, and that at night they gave up to them their own persons and beds. And in all that time the men tilled and cultivated the land, and sowed seed in vegetable gardens and cornfields, and took and placed the produce in the houses where they were lodged. And when the time was up, these men all went away to their own countries. If the women are pregnant by them, they send the sons to the fathers to rear, or do with them as they please. After they are 2 or 3 months old, the girls they keep to bring up to increase their republic. The Spaniards saw among these women turquoises and emeralds, and they told him that they had these gems in many numbers and of good quality. Nuno de Guzman called them Amazons. In his report to Cortez, okay, he's calling them the Amazons, all right? These are not just the fables of the Greeks, these are the real ones. And others told me that the name Ciguatan meant town of women. Don Fernando de Oviedo was plainly mystified by this story, and in the year 1547, when he met de Guzman at the court of his majesty in Madrid, questioned him and was told, as he says, because he is a good caballero and one ought to believe him, that it was a hoax and that these women are not Amazons, because on his return to their village he met them with their husbands in their houses. I said it might be the women were husbandless when their husbands were away, so we said and parted. Don Enrique de Vedia cites the letter that Cortés wrote to the king and emperor in Old Spain, Carta Cuarta de Don Fernando Cortés, governor y capitán general por su majestad en la Nueva España del Mar Océano, al muy alto y muy potentísimo, invictísimo señor Don Carlos, emperador siempre augusto y rey de España nuestro señor. All right, that's a long title of a book. The carta is dated de la gran ciudad de Temixtitlán, de esta Nueva España, 15 días del mes de octubre. All right, so that's the date, 1524, on the 15th of October. And likewise, I had an account of the lords of the province of Ciguatan, of an island of women without men, to whom men go at certain times from the mainland to have carnal copulation with these women, that many of the Spaniards have been there and seen these things. They report to me also that it is very rich in pearls and gold. All right, hint, hint. He's letting them know, hey, in case you guys decide to invade or something, you know, there's a lot of pearls and gold there. I shall labor in readiness to know the truth and send your majesty a longer report on it. Writing about 1750, de Vedia said that the abundance of pearls is obvious, also the gold. Mines have recently been found of promising richness, of which news has been given me by the most illustrious Senor Don Josef Valdez, who has come from the peninsula of California at cost of many fatigues, and he has sent to our actual excellency a Virrey Marquis de Cross, fine pearls and gems, and ore from a gold mine. The gold is of many carats. It is Iscabalceta who gives the original narrative of Nuño de Guzman, which narrative, the Tercera Relación, is by an anonymous writer who was a partisan and adherent of the Guzman, a compañero and not a common soldier. He may have directed the story to the second audiencia. I suspect, adds Iscabalceta, that the cuarta relación had for our author Cristóbal Flores, persona principal y regidor de México. This third relación tells us, from Piaxtla, Nuño de Guzmán sent Capitán Cristóbal de Oñate to find the road. He was sent messengers, following up his camp, for he and the main army were, for 8 days, each day, meeting with pueblos and men of war. These pueblos beyond Piaxtla have houses close together with lofty roofs of straw. At the last of these pueblos, de Oñate came one that is called Baila, and from there he went to another, passing one they called Rinconado, that is, a corner formed by 2 squares or streets. Here our army rested 4 to 5 days, and we had news we were very near Cihuatan. It came from a cavalier who brought news of a very great thing. Though he did not go there, we sent back to the governor and the maestre de campo for a reinforcement of 35 horses and to Samaniego for 25 more. There were many Indian pueblos near. Arriving at the Rio de Cihuatan, we came on 8 small but fine pueblos, though we ought to call some large, some small. In them were met some men of war and many women, very different from those seen up to then. They were better attired. The men were few, but furnished as warriors with plums, bows and arrows and clubs. They had come from neighboring pueblos to defend the women, Amazons. All right? Many of these women were captured. Another of the Spanish caballeros, Garcia del Pilar, tells us that we pacified none of the warlike pueblos, and when we arrived at the pueblo de Cihuatan, said to be all women, we had no linguists who understood their tongue well, and it was not to be comprehended if the women lived alone without husbands, except that they had very few men, and all women. The anonymous writer of the Third Relation says, however, afterwards, by linguists, we were told that these women had come by sea, and in ancient times kept such a way of life among themselves that they had no husbands, nor permitted marital relations among themselves before a certain time, when there came men from bordering lands to lie with them and make them pregnant. And if they had girls, they remained with them. And if they bore boys, they did not kill them, but reared them till 10 years, more or less. Then they gave them to their fathers. No more could be known of these secrets, because our linguists were not very expert. The method of disposing of the children conflicts with another version in these documents, which says, the Amazons buried the boy babies alive and brought up the daughters. Maybe this apparent conflict of testimony arises from the little knowledge the interpreters had of the women's tongue. The third relación adds that the Spaniards came to another pueblo where they came out to us in peace and told us their chief was a woman, whose people were mostly all blonde and fair. Era rubia. All right, that doesn't mean they were pale. Fair means beautiful too. All right, so again, remember, he's trying to make everybody here so-called white. At this place, a note on the margin of the manuscript says, in one of these pueblos a foot was cut off a servant, or I cut off a foot of a servant, because he gave a knife thrust to another. The narrative proceeds, we were detained in this pueblo for 27 days because of Passion Week being near, and we could find none to give us news of great Indian towns in the middle of the country to the west, but all said the mountains were so craggy that steep they could not pass over them. They also told us that by coast of the South Seas, the Pacific, Costa del Sur, one could go to Cihuatan, and that there were many rich towns, and we determined to cross to the South Sea. Here, in the pueblo of Chiametla, they gave us much news of the Amazons, that they called Cihuatan, and of the much gold and silver and gems near their country. Don Nuño de Guzman now held a council of war in his tent and proposed to his captain that they march manfully to the north, where he had news were men so warlike that even the women wielded arms with a dexterity equal to that of the men. The captains hesitated, but some of the hardy infanteria who had seen none of the promised gold on this expedition to conquer Nueva Galicia went north to the Sierra of Michoacan. All they found were wild highland Indians whose shirt, cutty that, if stripped, would have afforded only a horde of starving fleas of it to banquet on New Castilian blood. The captains, frustrated in entering the promised land of Mexican Amazons of gold and fair white women, that's the hijack, suggested that the Guzman might now talk of the best way to get back to Mexico City. And there we must leave the mystery of the Amazons of New Spain. Fernando Gonzalo de Oviedo, in his Historia General de las Indias, tells of the Amazons of old Panama, though they were living with husbands. These are noble women, and they bear up their flaccid teats with bars of gold and span long, for they greatly dispraise loose and hanging teats. The gold is well wrought, and some of the bars weigh 200 castellans, or ducats of gold. Through holes at each end of the gold bar, cords were threaded and passed over their shoulders and under the armholes. Some of these women go to battle with their husbands, and when they themselves are regents in any provinces and execute the office of general captains, they cause themselves to be borne into battle on men's backs in the manner of caciques. There were Amazonian women in Nueva Granada, Colombia, South America, and Antonio de Herrera tells how the conquistadores under Don Pedro de Heredia met one in the year 1532. Okay, so we've gone over this a lot in one of my videos where the Spanish, all these Spanish accounts of the Amazons you guys see is starting to add up. There's stories of so-called Amazons everywhere here. The Spanish were actually recording this. In Colombia, they're saying he pacified that part of the country, and that behind Cartagena, though with great labor and cunning, and there was a woman that before they could take her, being about 18 years of age, slew with her bow and arrow 8 Spanish soldiers, okay? And she was young. This says she was about 18, okay? She was young, and she killed 8 of them with her bows and arrows. Truly a female more deadly, even than 10 old Spanish males. The odd way in which things move in cycles and events are strangely connected, though happening in places remote from each other, is here shown in the fact that only 4 years before Don Nuno wrote his letter to Carlos V or Charles V, a Portuguese monk had brought news to Carlos' neighbor, the King of Portugal, of the existence of a race of Amazons with much gold in Abyssinia, the land of Prester Johannes. Huh? You think that's Africa? Abyssinia means mixed multitude. Shout out to Kondrop, his great research, the Prester John series he has. The emperor of the Abyssinians, huh? The mixed multitude, the land of Prester Johannes, and the Queen of Sheba. Are we talking about California, Utah, all that four corner region from there to Cali? Come on now. No, Mr. Skeptic, the one did not inspire the other, as we shall soon see. 12 years passed, and then the stamping and neighing of horses and the roar of old cannon resounded in the plazas of old Cusco, where the bearded Castilians, under Don Francisco Pizarro, the bandit conquistador, were bringing to ruin the empire of the son of the Incas of old Peru. Once more contact was made with the South American Amazons, and this time it was war and nearly extermination for Castilian hidalgos and infanteria and monks, not the warrior women. It came about in this way. Don Marquis Pizarro sent his brother Gonzalo from Quito, the northern part of the empire of Peru, in modern Ecuador, to find a region where the precious spice cinnamon grew. This rich region, behind the Cordilleras and the eastern montaña, it was hoped, would put in the shade the rich East Indian islands of spices which the Portuguese were keeping to themselves. It lay beyond the eastern bounds of the empire of Peru. The expedition was away for 3 years in a land where, as Colonel P.H. Fawcett, DSO, the British explorer, found when he was delimiting the frontiers in 1911, the conditions are appalling, both as to the climate and commissariat. Even the hardy and valiant Spanish conquistadores, who accomplished feats of endurance that few or none of our better equipped moderns can equal, let alone surpass today in our scientific age of returned with mechanism, returned with looks of ghosts risen from a morgue, walking in the daylight, like corpses with earth-soiled shrouds flapping on their emaciated carcasses. Don Marquis Francisco Pizarro ordered his brother Gonzalo to conquer this unknown land of the cinnamon or Canela, the cinnamon land, huh? Gonzalo started out from Quito with 340 Spanish infanteria, about half of them caballeros on horseback, and 4,000 Indians with arms and supplies, iron, hatchets, knives, ropes, cords of hemp, a herd of 4,000 swine, and a flock of llamas. All right, they're the ones who brought the pigs, okay, the swine, who carried the baggage over the ranges. They quitted Quito on Christmas Day, 1539, and had soon passed beyond the bounds of the ancient Inca Empire. Nor was it long before they met opposition. In the land of the Quijos, the warlike Indians sallied out against them in force. But seeing the multitude of men mounted on strange beasts, horses, the Indians vanished and were seen no more. Then they met their worst foe, rain. Rain in torrents, crashing on the high paramos and the passes. The earth shook with quakes, the ground opened up, and the Spanish infantry endured 50 days of frozen hell and misery as they ascended the high passes over the snowy cordilleras of the Andes. So cold was the snow, and so thick the drifts, that the lightly clad Indians were, many of them, frozen to death. The Spaniards grew so sickened of the daily misery that to get clear of this inhospitable mountain territory, they rode ahead on their horses and left behind them of the swine and provisions. In this they made a serious miscalculation, for this was, and is still today, no country on which an army or sizable expedition might live. They expected to find an Indian village with food, but merely entered a bleak paramo or upland moors, and still 30 leagues from Quito found themselves on the skirts of a volcano, Sumagüe or Sumaco. Here they got some food. Then the rain started again, and for 2 months it fell, day and night, till their clothes rotted off them. They found cinnamon growing wild in the forest, with plenty of even wilder Indians around, naked as they were born and savager. Then catamounts robbed of their whelps. Out of the rainy season, the land around turned hot, very hot. Gonzalo cast around to find a road, but here were no old Inca paved roads, with the chasquis, post runners, and stone guest houses of the old empire. Overburdened with heavy armor and hauberks and morions, the Castilian infanteria had to set to and hack way by main force through the dense wood and undergrowth. Their hatchets were soon badly blunted. They hired or conscripted guides, but these Indians proved treacherous and deliberately led the Spaniards into such an inhospitable country that they were driven to gather wild fruits and grub up roots and herbs to stave off the pangs of hunger. Coming to a wild river gorge, cleft between walls of tower and rock, the Spaniards were almost dazed by the roar of a tremendous cataract. Below this they attempted to span the canyon with a bridge, but the wild Indians who had known no conqueror sallied out and gave fierce battle till the conquistadores were forced to use their arquebuses. The flash and roar of the gunpowder and they startled the savages, and they took to their heels with screams of fright back into the dense forest beyond the gorge and river. With great difficulty, a timber bridge was thrown across the raging torrents, but the height above the riverbed, cluttered with immense boulders, was so great that the first Spaniard to cross, who glanced down, turned dizzy and plunged to his death in the boiling waters. But somehow, men and horses passed over the crazy bridge. Once across, Gonzalo's army met with a blank wall of forest, a regular inferno verde, or green hell, though which no way could be found. All paths seemed to lead right into swamps and lagoons. There was only one thing to do, and none but hardy and valiant Spanish conquistadores would have attempted it in this wild land between the giant cordilleras. Gonzalo ordered the men to cut down timber in the woods, while he set to and made a forge for nail making. Fuel was got with great difficulty by making charcoal. The plan was to build a barkentine. Having built the keel and hull, they were faced with the problem of caulking the seams to make the ship watertight. All this time, the accursed rain fell in torrents day and night. The conquistadores stripped themselves to the buff, using the cotton of their shirts to make oakum for caulking. They had gathered gold on the journey, and this to the amount of $100,000 they loaded into the ship along with many fine emeralds as well as the forge used to make nails for the ship. Then down one of the headwater tributaries, which really led into the mighty Amazon, many months away, sailed the conquistadores. In fact, they had to row most of the passage, so turbulent was the current. It surprised them that they should have to force a way against a powerful current, so strong that the soldiers had to wade ashore, and with hatches hew out a towpath along which, by might and main, they hauled the ship. The Spaniards ashore kept pace with the ship when the current eased up, and this lasted for 2 long months. One day they surprised Indians in the woods. These Indians signed that oro, mucho oro, lay ahead. The sound of the word gold made almost any one of these land pirates of Castilian and Extremaduran soldiers willing to cut his mother's throat and rape his nearest female relatives. Listen to that. They'll do all that for gold, these people, provided he could but get at the gold. Then they were told they would meet the confluence of a large river, which may have been the Napo or the Coca. At this point, the trail of one of these leaders of the amazing expedition was destined to lead him straight to the country of the mighty women warriors, the beautiful Amazons. He was Don Francisco de Orellana, lieutenant of Gonzalo Pizarro, who, seeing how famished the men were, ordered Orellana to go ahead in the barkentine with 50 soldiers to the junction with the Napo and load her with food in return. The Napo lay 80 leagues away, and when Orellana reached it, he found no food. Now, deciding it was a case of every man to shift for himself, he made the excuse that so strong a current would take him a year to reach back to where he had left the starving soldiers and Gonzalo Pizarro. He said this, though he had taken only 3 days to descend it, as the monk Carvajal remarked, Orellana held a perfunctory council with his officers and some monks, though he really paid small heed to their views. 3 of the soldiers refused to go on and leave their comrades in the lurch, and a young Cavalier Hidalgo, Don Hernan Sanchez de Vargas of Badajoz in Old Spain, and the missioner monk Fray Gaspar de Carvajal opposed the plan. But Orellana talked and coaxed them into a reluctant consent, and leaving the Vargas and the 3 loyalist soldiers marooned on the banks of the Rio Napo, sailed down the river on the most extraordinary voyages that was either undertaken in any age of South American exploration. It is not even matched today, in the age of aeroplanes and airships and international combustion engine boats. Meantime, 80 leagues away, Gonzalo Pizarro made a dozen canoes and balsas and 3 boats of old Peru, and like that in which Moses was hidden in the bulrushes along the old Nile of Pharaoh Egypt, putting his starving and weakened men aboard them, he came down the river, and at the end of 2 terrible months of hardship and misery and want, reached the junction with the Napo to find that de Orellana had deserted his comrades. On the bank, de Vargas with 3 soldiers greeted them. They still had 80 horses out of the 150 brought from Quito, and they employed 1,000 Indians to forage around in the dense wood for wild fruits, nuts, herbs, snakes, and frogs, anything they could get their famished teeth into and that was not too poisonous. 400 long leagues away lay Quito, and now Gonzalo and the gallant conquistadores began a trek which must be one of the most appalling in even the checkered annals of South American exploration. Gonzalo and his men quitted the river and hacked away through the thick and far-spreading woods. They plied axes and bills, and oftentimes found themselves bogged to the waists and necks in lagoons and stinking marshes, with dangers of snake bites and from reptiles' jaws. But they had to eat, and wild fruits and nuts were not sustaining enough for their Herculean labors. Hacking a path through the forest on the frontiers of modern Ecuador's Oriente, the horses and Spanish greyhounds they had with them, one by one went into the pot. Next, their hunting masters took the same path to the starving belly. They were even driven to eat their dead comrades. Do you guys hear this? He's saying they, as as the days were going, they started their horses, their dogs, and then even their own, Spaniards, right? Like they're cannibals, literally. 4,000 Indians died of hunger, and 200 and more Spaniards. At last, 80 of the conquistadores went through to a more open country with game not far from Quito, where in true Spanish Catholic fashion they fell on the earth, kissed it, and praised God, the saints, and the Virgin. When Gonzalo and his 80 comrades, all that were left of a large expedition, at long length staggered into the plaza of Quito, their faces were burnt black as coal from exposure to the sun. Their matted locks hung down to their shoulders, all right? So they were as black as coal. Come on now. Even if you're so called white, you don't get black as coal. You tan up, you might get red. But then they're saying they got locks, their matted locks hung down, their dreadlocks. So their hair, because they were out in they weren't combing it. They ended up getting locks. All right, who they talking about? Black as coal with locks. Come on now. Yeah, said an old Spanish chronicler. So emaciated were their bodies with famine that verily thou mightest have supposed that a charnel house had given up its dead. Meantime, what had been happening to the traitor conquistador, Don Francisco de Orellana, he whom Gonzalo and others home in Spain certainly deemed no caballero, or perfect gentle knight? He and his men embarked on a voyage less than 8 months, which would take them right to the South Atlantic. 1,800 old Spanish leagues down the world's longest and mightiest river. They were to find, as I have myself in South America, that the race of Amazon women warriors were no myth. I was, not long before World War number two, in the old Inca city of Quito, Ecuador, at the foot of the volcanoes of the mighty cordilleras of the Andes. I had gone there, commissioned by well-known New York Magazine publisher to make researches on the spot into the hidden history of the lost treasures of the last of the Incas, Atahualpa, the murdered emperor of Peru. Quito is probably the place to which the Inca Peruvians took his body after he had been assassinated by the bandits of the conquistadorian soldiery, for that is what they were. One day in a colonial Spanish house of a lonely pueblo outside Quito, I came on a very old Spanish manuscript, so brown and mottled with age, and so damaged by the teeth of insects and perished with neglect, that it is a wonder that it still survives. Even so, pages were missing and mutilated. The writer must have been a Spanish monk and missioner who lived in the days of the Pizarros and Almagro. About the year 1541, he wrote, we were but 6 leagues from Quito when we met an Indio who told us that Peruvians in that town knew much of the celebrated Amazon woman warriors of the Americas. Much news, senores, he said, has come to Quito from the unknown wilds that lie beyond the cordilleras of these mighty Andes. There have been Inca Indians of Quito who have started out as boys to reach the country of these terrible women, but whoever has gone downstream in his youth has never returned from their land till he be in extreme old age. It is so very far away. As my inquiries progressed, I was forced to the conclusion that, far from the Amazons being myths, as have been considered Sir Walter Raleigh's land of golden Manoa and the conquistadores Ciudad del Gran Paititi of gold, where the last of the Incas took refuge in walled cities of stone, the women were living realities. All right, they were still there. They were certainly no travelers, tales of mendacious bragging, old Spanish rufflers who tried to magnify the difficulties of the unknown land and explain and justify their own failure to find the tons of gold and jewels. It seems crystal clear to me that the Amazons of South America, and whom Sir Walter Raleigh believed were assuredly very vigorous and martial existence as late as the end of the 17th century of our own era. Okay, they were in the Americas still. It wasn't just a myth, a fable, a story from ancient times, so-called Greeks. The story is unfamiliar and in fact quite unknown to English-speaking readers, perhaps because the old Spanish manuscripts have not been properly translated into English. That's a big one right there. As you guys know, I'll be showing you guys a lot of these Spanish books, primary sources from the Spaniards. They wrote in Spanish, and I translated a lot of them to you guys. We read them out loud. There's so much in these books that hasn't been translated properly, as they're saying here. I here give extracts from one of the best manuscripts, whose narrator was the friar Fray Gaspar de Carvajal, priest of the Dominican order of Santo Domingo de Guzman. He, in 1541 to 42, exactly 409 years ago, was eyewitness of the encounter with the valiant women warriors and nearly lost his life, as he certainly lost one eye in the battle. In my books, I have had reason to say hard things of this Dominican order, so here is the reverse of the Arras. After the Orellana left Gonzalo Pizarro, in the Lorch, his company in the barkentine sailed down the Napo till they entered the Rio Orellana, which was the name the Don gave to what was later named the Amazon. About where the Rio Negro joins the main Amazon stream, Orellana captured an Indian who warned them to beware of the Amazons, or Payadas, fighting women to whom the land round about belonged, okay? That belonged to the Amazons or the Payadas. Now, one important thing they just said, you see, these Amazon women weren't named after the river was named after them. Why did they eventually name the Amazon River? Because that's where they were. And this land belonged to them. The Indian is warning Orellana. Higher up the river, friendly Indians who had given the Castilian expedicionados food had uttered the same warning. Farther down they saw a large village with Indian men's heads nailed to posts, which Orellana called Los Picotas, gibbets. Paved roads issued from this village, with many fruit trees planted on either side. One day they caught an intelligent Indian woman in the forest, who said there were in the interior many white men with beards like the Spaniards. These bearded men the Spaniards naturally took to be men of a lost expedition of El Dorado, hunters vanished in the interior and headed by either Diego de Ordas or Alonso de Herreras. Actually, the bearded men were probably descendants of the lost Atlantean old Brazil. Okay, that's the hijack with their whole white thing. Or maybe the men of mysterious Gran Paititi. The Indian women also spoke of two women who had been brought down the river by an Indian chief. The Castilians were soon to know what and who were these two women. Now they're saying white, guys. All right, remember, this author is making everybody white. They were now approaching the confluence of Rio Trombetas with the Amazon. Now let Father Carvajal take up the strange story, which I have for the first time translated from the Spanish. In the evening of Monday, January 8th, 1541, while we were gathering and eating roots and fruits in the forest, our captain, Don Francisco de Orellana, was the first among us to hear the sound of distant drums. On the Monday following, we left there, ever passing through very large villages and provinces, furnishing us with food, the best we could obtain when we were in need. This day we landed in a middling port, where the people expected us. In this pueblo was a very great plaza, and in the middle of it a great plank, tablon, or platform, of 10 feet square, designed and wrought in relief, a walled city being nearby with a door. It says in the gateway door were two very high towers, with lofty summits and windows. Each tower had a door, one opposite the other, and in each door were two columns. All this work rested on two very ferocious lions that gazed with their heads turned backwards, as though shy of each other. These lions held up in their arms and joined all this work. In the middle of this was a spacious plaza. Listen to what they're finding here, guys, in the Amazon. Circular, and in the center was a whole agujero, whence they poured out, drank, or offered as a libation, chicha, to the sun. It is wine they have, and the sun they hold and worship for God. That's the hijack. Indeed, the building was a great spectacle to look at, and the captain and all our men were astounded at so great a wonder. You see, they were amazed by what they were seeing, these Spaniards. The Spaniards captured an Indian who was walking on the bank of the river in the forest. Said de Orellana, What does this race Pueblo mean? To whose memory is it? The Indian. All this land is subject to and taxed by the Amazons. We serve them as vassals and pay them no other tribute than feathers and plumage of parrots and macaws for lining the ceiling of their temple buildings. You guys hear this? The pueblos these women have similar edifices, and they worship the memorial as the symbol insignia of their queen, who is the ruler over all the territory of these women. In a house in the same plaza, the monk noted vestments of vari-colored feathers, recalling the gorgeous quetzal feather cloak of the Aztecs of Montezuma's day. The Indians wore them when dancing in a fiesta or rejoicing in front of the platform in rites where sacrifices were offered. They went on down the river and passed another pueblo with a like platform and had to shoot with bows and arquebuses against hostile Indians standing behind walls. Now came a Homeric battle wherein the Castilians, hidalgos, and soldiers were to experience the valor of the formidable Amazons. From far and near, thousands of Indians had gathered to oppose the advance of the Spaniards. There was in the middle of that pueblo a very great number of Indios, making a large squadron, and the captain ordered the Bergantines to land and look for food. And as we approached the land, the Indians made ready to defend their town. They showered arrows on us in a regular rain, but our arquebusiers and crossbowmen were not idle. They fired and killed many, but still the Indians did not recoil. With all the damage they suffered from us, they came at us, some fighting, others dancing, and here we had nearly all been lost, for they had so many arrows that our comrades had enough to do to defend themselves and were not able to continue working the sweeps. We suffered so much damage before we jumped ashore that the Indians had laid low a fifth of the men in one ship, and they gave me such a blow on the side that had it not been for my robes, habitos, it would have laid me low. Seeing the danger we ran, the captain began to animate the rowers and hasten the oars that were trying to get ashore. So although with difficulty and labor we reached the banks and succeeded in getting ashore, and our comrades stood up in water that reached to their chest, here was a great and dangerous battle, for the Indians were fighting pell-mell in the midst of our Spaniards, who defended themselves with such liveliness that it was a marvelous thing to behold. The fighting lasted more than an hour, but the Indians did not lose heart before it appeared they were vanquished. Although they saw many of their men lying dead, they rushed to the very front of the fight, and if they retreated, did so only to turn around and come at us again with fury. It was at this stage of the battle that the amazed conquistadores, who I again emphasize were of Europe's finest fighting stock, actually some of the best infantry in the 16th century, rubbed their eyes. What was the reason for this determined fight, as of a lost legion? Right in the van of the Indians and fighting at their very head were 12 tall, handsome, nude women, not a stitch covering even their private parts, their long dark hair plaited and twisted over their heads, robust in figure, a wisp of cloth on their heads, says one manuscript, both in their hands. They fought like devils, these women soldiers. Moreover, they had clearly anticipated 400 and more years ago in the unknown wilds of South America's forests and rivers, the most modern doctrine of all general staffs and generalissимos in 20th century Europe and Asia, the enforcement of the death penalty against any soldier deserting in face of the enemy. It is known that the Indians are subject and tributaries of the Amazons, and when they heard of our coming, they sent to seek aid, and there came 10 or 12 of the women Amazons, fighting in the van as captains, and with such valor, animosamente, that the Indians dared not turn their backs to our soldiers, or the women slew them with clubs, palos, and that was the cause that the Indians defended themselves so obstinately. Carvajal then described the Amazons in the term given by me above. These women go about without any draperies hiding their private parts. They are nude and white and robust. All right, Dutch the hijack. Again, we got to see the primary source in Spanish if it really says white, like they're saying. And with bow and arrows in their hands, they are good as 10 Indians in battle, haciendo tanta guerra como 10 indios. In truth, one of these women fighting with her hand shot off by one of the brigantines and others appeared to our brigantines like a porcupine. The chief of the Indians, their vassals in their country, had sent messengers overland to the queen of the Amazons, Conori, for help against us, which she at once gave. The conquistadores had dropped right into the hornet's nest. The queens, being also fighters, the country all around was being roused. Allies were pouring in to the aid of the Amazon-led Indians, so writes Carvajal. Our Lord, for our purpose in the conflict, was pleased to give us strength and animation, and our compañeros killed 7 or 8 of the Amazons that we saw, for which reason the Indians were dismayed, conquered and routed, with great damage to their persons. And as there came from other pueblos many reinforcements, who recoiled at first, yet as they came on again, our captain ordered that in great haste the men re-embarked on the ships, for he did not wish to risk the lives of all. And so our men went back to the Bergantines or Brigantines, not without great anxiety, no sin zozobra. For again the Indians assembled to battle, and many canoes and fleets came by the water, and so we went down the river and forsook the land. Yes, the Dons, the Hidalgos, and mis compañeros, with the monks, were decidedly lucky to have got out so tight a corner, as well as they did. Even so, Fray Carvajal was wounded in the eye with an arrow at a village where the conquistadores were forced to land for food. He indeed, in this voyage, lost the sight of one eye. Poor man. After they had quitted this land of the vassals of the Coniapayadas, or the Amazons, right? Orellana, passing down the Amazon, was so harassed by the constant flight of arrows from land and water that he was forced to order his men to make defensive cloths and hang them up on the decks to ward off the missiles. In places where the Bergantines passed and battled, Indians were urged on by sorcerers who were accompanied by men playing a sort of Jew's harp to encourage the warriors. Nor were their troubles over. We had traveled since we left Gonzalo Pizarro 1,400 leagues, more or less, and we knew not how far we still were from the sea, that is, the equatorial Atlantic. A few days later, we captured near the river an Indian trumpeter, about 30 years old, who was walking in the forest. He had dwelt among the people, and after his capture, our captain, who took him along, questioned him, and he told us many things about the land in the interior. Antonio de Herrera, the Spanish historiographer of the Indies, writing in his 16th decade of the Historia General de las Indias Occidentales, comments here that the Indian stories were always doubtful, and it seems that de Orellana could hardly have made in such few days so correct and copious a vocabulary as to be able to indicate the minute details given by this Indian. But each reader may believe as much as he likes. Hey, remember, they brought people who spoke old world languages. How do they know what language the Indian is speaking, right? I will again let Father Carvajal take up his own extraordinary story, and I ask to be forgiven by my patient reader for repeating that this is the first time his story has appeared in English. He says the Indian was a very intelligent man of experience. Our captain asked him who were the women that had come to the aid of the Indians and given us battle. The Indian: they are women living in the interior, 7 days' journey from the bank of the river. The Indian chief, Coenyuk, Coinco, being one of their vassals, the women had come to guard the bank of the river. Our captain: are these women married? The Indian: no. Our captain: how do they live then? The Indian: as I say, they live in the interior. I have been to their land many times. I've seen their dwellings and their way of life. As their vassal, I went to carry to them the tribute when my chief ordered me to go. Our captain: are these women numerous? The Indian: yes, I know 70 of their pueblos. I counted them. They were ahead of the place where we then lay. I have been in some of their pueblos. Our captain: are there towns of straw, paja? The Indian: no, they are of stone with doors, and from one town, pueblo, to another, there go roads enclosed, seriados, fenced in one part and another, and at intervals guarded so that none can pass unless pays dues. In the manuscript of Carvajal's story, there are important variations, but the essentials are more or less the same. Our captain: do these women breed children? The Indian: yes. Our captain: how is this if they are not married and men do not live with them? How are they impregnated? The Indian: these Indias have intercourse with other Indios at certain times. When there comes on them the natural desire to have sexual congress, they then join in large bands of women soldiers and go to make war on a great chief that holds his land next to theirs, and by force they carry off the man warriors to their own country and cohabit with them as long as their desire lasts. Afterwards, as soon as they are pregnant, they send the men away back to their own country, doing them no other evil. Later, when they give birth, if the baby is a boy, they kill him and send the body to the fathers. If it be a girl, they bring her up with great solemnity and instruct her in the arts of war. Over all these women is a señora queen, who subjects and holds all the rest under her hand and jurisdiction. This señora is called conori. The women have great riches in gold and silver, and all the principal señoras have no other table vessels, servicio, than of gold and silver. The rest, the plebeian women, use vessels of wood, except when the vessels are used for cooking or on the fire, when they are of earthenware. In the beginning, in the principal city in which the queen resides, there are 5 very great houses that were temples and buildings dedicated to the sun, which they call Karanain. And in these houses, kept within from above the ground to the middle position, there are, in heavy frames under ceilinged roofs, paintings of different colors. In these houses are many idols of gold and silver, shaped in the form of women, and many vessels of gold and silver for the servant of the sun. The women go clothed in very fine wool, for in that country are many sheep of Peru. And it says either llamas or vicuñas. The old Spanish chroniclers called them ovejas. And ovejas, or sheep, in the pre-conquest age of South America, were the property of men of riches or rank only, I, the shepherds. The Amazon's women's clothing is, went on the Indian, a narrow-waisted woolen blanket from the breast downwards, put on from above in other things with mantles clasped or buckled, abrochadas, with cords in front. They wear their hair long in their own country and crown it with coronets of gold as wide as 2 fingers and enameled in colors. Then the Indian described animals he had seen in the Amazon's country, one of which looks very much like an unknown type, and not the llama, as modern South American Spanish writers have assumed. The llama indeed could hardly be by this forest Indian, have been described to the Spaniards fresh from Peru as otro animales los cuales no supimos entender, animals of which we had never heard. In the woman's country there are camels, all right, camels, camellos, which carry burdens, and other animals which we have never heard of, that are the size of a horse, and that have their hair as long as the distance between the tip of the thumb and forefinger outstretched, the cleft feet, and that they keep them tied up, as they have so few of them. They have lakes of salt water, and in that country they have salt. He said they have an order at sunset that no male Indian may remain in any of their cities, but must depart outside and go to his own lands. But he said that many provinces of Indians bordering the country are subject to them and pay them tribute and serve them. And they make war on others, and especially with those we have already spoken of, and to fetch them to their town and have sexual intercourse with them. The women are very tall in body and big and many in number. All that is here said he had seen many times as a man that came and went each day there. Carvajal here comments that 6 leagues from Quito, he, the monk, and the Spaniards had heard even more about the Amazons. The women were very well known there by report, and to see them there came many Indians who went down the river, 1400 leagues, and, as they told us, the Indians that had gone to the land of these women went down the river, young men, muchachos, and returned old men, viejos. The country is said to be cold, and there is very little firewood, leña, but very much of all sorts of food. Also he said many other things, and each day discovered more, for he is an Indian of much intelligence, a considerable understanding, and so are all the rest of that land. The good monk was clearly not laboring under any illusion or deluding himself as to the reception his story would obtain from skeptics at home and the learned, whose ideas are bounded by the 4 walls of a library, and who think that because a thing sounds extraordinary, it must therefore be untrue. And the narrator, an ancestor of Baron von Munchausen, bearded John de Mandeville of Burgundy, or Louis de Rougemont, here is his envoy. Yo, Fray Gaspar de Carvajal, el menor de los religiosos de la Orden de nuestro religioso Padre Santo Domingo, minor of the Order of Monks of our religious house of Santo Domingo, have endeavored to record in this little work our adventures on land and sea, camino y navigación, and to speak and proclaim the truth to all from all, and withal to take away the occasion from many who may endeavor to insinuate that the story of our wanderings is the contrary of what we have suffered and seen. It is the truth in all that I have here written and told, and as overabundance engenders satiety, so I have here written but briefly and superficially, superficial y sumariamente, all that was undergone by the Captain Francisco de Orellana and by the Hidalgos and by their company and their compañeros, who, with him, went forth from the camp of Gonzalo Pizarro, brother of Don Francisco Pizarro, Marqués y Gobernador de Peru, sea Dios loado, home in faraway Madrid, old Spain, the Emperor Charles V, and the court with the Renaissance spirit moving all souls, were so delighted with the story of these valiant Castilian and Extremaduran conquistadores who had done an amazing journey of 1,800 leagues in 8 months, right across equatorial and tropical South America, from the South Pacific and the Andean Cordilleras to the Atlantic, that the Orellana was made governor of the new land, which he was allowed to join with Nueva Galicia or Venezuela. That he had deserted his commander Gonzalo Pizarro was ignored. He then set to form a new expedition and recruited 400 Spaniards, many of them Hidalgos, and in 4 ships sailed from Sanlúcar de Barrameda, the 16th century port, 18 miles from Cadiz. Alas, fate turned unkind. The brave man deserved, but in our life he does not necessarily get the fair and fickle Lady Luck. On the voyage to the Canaries, he lost 1 ship and more than 100 men, and when he arrived at the embouchure of the Marañón, the older native South American name of the mighty Amazon, he had 2 ships and less than half the men he had started out with from Sanlúcar. He managed to force a passage against the current for about 100 leagues, then stopped to build a brigantine from the remains of his 2nd ship. Here, 57 of the compañeros died of a cause noticed sadly frequently in this book, too well known to Spain in every age, hambre, or hunger. 30 leagues farther on, he lost the last of the ships that had come out from Spain. Others of the valiant expedicionarios died, and here too died the brave de Orellana. Worn out by fatigue and so many calamities, he was buried in the suburbs of Monte Leone, Brazil, and his widow and the survivors made back for the sea and the Isla Margarita. All right, so you guys hear what happened to this guy, Orellana, eventually. Even though he survived that crazy adventure, threw down the river, he left Pizarro behind, he went to Spain, he got awarded, he came back, he thought he was going to do another adventure and be great, and look what happened. Detractors soon slunk by and jabbed at the heels of the Orellana and the monk Carvajal. They were accused with some show of plausibility of spreading stories of the marvelous to cover up the desertion of Gonzalo Pizarro. Lopez de Gomara y Herrera roundly and unjustly called the monk a liar, mentirosa. Gomara also took the line that other more modern writers in South American states have taken long since his day, that in so hot a country as equatorial and subtropical South America, it was a priori unlikely that women would or could live without husbands. All knew, he said, that women in South America were so lustful. Antonio de Herrera complained that de Orellana ought not to have given the name Amazon to the women, because, said he, in South America, in the Indias, it is no new thing for women to fight and shoot arrows. All right, listen to what he's saying. He's saying this is normal here to see warrior women. So why wouldn't they be called the Amazons? You're looking at the original Amazons. So again, it is no new thing for women to fight and shoot arrows, as was seen in some islands of the Barlovento Windward Archipelago and Cartagena and their neighborhood, where they showed as much valor as the men. Another old Spanish-American chronicler, Oviedo, accused the Indian informer of being too sagacious and very cunning and completely deceiving the expedicionados. The Indian died afterwards in Cubagua. Yes, but not of a broken heart because of the lies he had told, Senor. Herrera, however, would have rendered a much better service to posterity if he had taken the trouble to cite in his History of the Spanish Indies extracts from a long since vanished memoriale of de Orellana's great expedition, which he got hold of, and also the depositions equally lost of two monks accompanying Carvajal. The monks affirmed that things had happened even as Carvajal described them in his narrative. Antonio de Herrera, in his Historia General de las Indias Occidentales, he is called a historiographer of the Indies, and died in AD 1625, significantly locates the scene of the battle between the Amazon-led Indians and the Orellana expedicionarios at the mouth of the Rio Trombetas, a tributary falling into the left or northern bank of the Amazon, or Marañón, again, to give the river its far older native name. It was in the headwater territory of this Rio Trombetas, on the frontiers of British Guiana and northern Brazil, that Sir Robert Schomburgk, the famous British explorer, was told by Indians to look for the Amazons. In AD 1844, Schomburgk explored the region but found no traces of the women warriors, as was to be expected, since, as I have stated, the women and their queen had about a century before migrated from that country, probably west, towards a still unknown and unexplored territory behind the Oriente of modern Colombia or Ecuador. I have, after long study and careful analysis of Spanish, American, and British documents, arrived at the careful conclusion that the original homeland of these women and their queen Conori was located not in this headwaters territory of the Rio Trombetas and its tributaries, Rios Cefu and Guanamu, south of the Asirai Mountains, bordering British Guiana, but somewhere in that mysterious region of northeast Bolivia, called the Capolican, and mentioned in this book as the site of a lost world. The approaches to this region of dense forest beset by marshes are guarded by fierce and intractable Indians, who have hardly been pacified by what has come to their ears regarding the N-word, so-called yellow man's atrocities in the infamous Putumayo rubber region. They are called the Guarayos, or by themselves the Kuinaki. They are bearded and florid, so that the old chronicler said they were of the posterity of Spaniards lost in the forest when hunting for El Dorado or El Gran Peititi. Anyhow, they can fire arrows with such force that they have been known to pin a white man to the deck of a launch on the Rio Paraguay, to which the race extends. What white man? About the year 1570, a Portuguese expedition led by Don Martin Carvalho came on the trail of the Amazons. Though without being aware of it, he was at the head of a force of 160 Portuguese soldiers with many Indian carriers, out from Porto Seguro, trying to find a mountain of green stones in a range sparkling like fire with dazzling crystals. The Indians had told him about it and showed him samples of what he took to be emeralds of no great value. Carvalho had got about 200 leagues into the Brazilian Sertão when he found gold between two mountains where a foaming river cut through a wild gorge. But hunger drove him and his men out into the wilderness, where they had to chew grass and eat snakes. The Indians told them that the mountain of green stones was 100 leagues farther on, perhaps not very far from Peru. So after 8 months they turned back toward their point of departure, losing all the gold they had won when a canoe overturned at a rapid. Fray Cipriano Barraza, missioner of the Company of Jesus, who was martyred at the arrows and spears of the Barbaros of the mission to the Mochos tribes in Peru, died in the late 17th century. It was said of him, "Neither is the news of the Amazons to be despised, when confirmed at the time of the discoveries, as P. Cipriano had from the Tapacuras and Guarayos, whose affirmation is both of them, that they, the Amazons, dwell in the eastern parts to the north, according to the signs that they make, in pueblos of warlike women, and admit as guests at their own times men, and kill the boys that are born, keeping the female infants, and that they are 3 days' journey distant from the Tapacuras. And in this, as in other consequences of much importance, the discovery of the nation is owing to the ardent zeal of Padre Cipriano." Relación sumaria de la vida y dichosa muerte del Upe Cipriano Barraza, and so on and so on. That's the name of his book. All right, written and it says published 1704, it says here, one copy. Both Padre Cipriano Barraza and Ribeira locate the country of the Amazon women somewhere in this very region to the northeast of Bolivia, roughly between the Rio Mamore and the Rio Heath or Sunene, which is where Fawcett heard that the shy and elusive lost so-called white Indians live today. Really. An Englishman, Anthony Nivet, was in Brazil in 1597 and went down the river Javari or Juvari, which rises in Potosi, Peru, with 12 Portuguese, whom the savages eat if they can capture them. We traveled north toward the country of the Amazons to avoid the Spaniards. Of the Rio de la Plata region, says the author, the Indians called the Amazon country Mandiocucianas. We took our course southwards again and would fain have persuaded the Tamoyas to have fought the Amazons, but they durst not, for they said, we know their country is very populous, and we shall all be killed. Then we came to head of the river called Patos, in the country of the Topinaques, Tupinambas, who are cannibals. We fell in with 30,000 Indians who wanted to go back to the coast, for they had formerly dwelt at Cabo de Frio, east of Brazil. We passed hills, deserts, and rivers, finding many precious stones. Now, about the time when Pizarro's bandits, Los Conquistadores, were planning to rape Inca Peru, or shortly after the Orellana's adventure, they would seem to have started a great overland trek of these strange women warriors and their queen and leaders from this strange land on the borders of Gran Paititi, El Dorado toward the Amazon, or Marañón. The migration was a mass one, but it is probable from stories told by forest Indians to Spanish explorers in the 17th century that some of the women remained behind in their old homeland in the unknown eastern montaña and selvas of what is now eastern Peru and northern Bolivia. When Sir Walter Raleigh voyaged up the Orinoco in AD 1595, he heard that the Amazons were in Guyana, but exactly 50 years before, 4 years after the death of Pizarro, they had come to Hernando Ribeiro, follower of Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, conquistador of Paraguay, news of a nation of Amazons living on the western side of a large lake called Casa del Sol, mansion of the sun, because that orb sank into it. Once more we are reminded that this nation of women warriors were moon and sun worshippers. Maybe, maybe not. In the very year that Don Francisco de Orellana died, worn out at Monte Leone or Monte Aleani in Brazil, Hulderreich, Schernendel, voyaging up the Rio de la Plata, heard about the Amazons. His party had come from Cadiz in 14 ships carrying 2,500 Spaniards and 150 high and low Dutch, German, and Hollanders of the Holy Roman Empire, Charles V. They met an Indian king or cacique, Jeques, of the Cerves or Cervis. He asked a Spanish capitan, Francisco Hernando Reyfert, and 10 other Spaniards what they wanted. They naturally said gold and silver. What more did any Spaniard, leaving the pleasures of ladies, beds on one side, want in that religious age, but souls to go with it? Jeques obligingly handed over a plate of gold about a span and a half long and a half span broad, and other things cunningly wrought of silver, as well as a crown of silver of 1.5 pounds. I took this of the Amazons who dwell 2 months away. They are warlike women who inhabit a very large island reached by canoes. There is no gold and silver in the island, but there is great treasure on the mainland, which the men inhabit. They are very warlike women, continually at war with their neighbors. Another account says the women lived in an island entirely surrounded by water, had only one path, and men came in unto them 3 or 4 times a year. The king of the men of the land where the gold came from was called Jeques or Jegues. Reyfert, wilt thou lend me porters to carry my baggage into the heart of that country to seek these Amazons? Cacique Jeques, si señor, I will lend thee 20 men, but he thou warned that this country is under water, and the journey be very difficult and uneasy. The cacique also gave 5 Indians to each man of the Spanish expedicionarios, again warning them, thou wilt go 8 days and meet no other Indians till thou dost reach the country of the Siberis. A long and toilsome journey followed. The Spaniards were tormented with insects, and for a week, day and night, were up to their knees in water. They made a fire on the top of great blocks of wood, on which they stood a pot. It often happened that both pot and wood fire fell into the water. The Siberis Indian guides swore they had still 4 days' journey to travel ere they cleared the waters, and then 5 more days across country to the land of the Orentusen. Your force is not strong enough to force a way, said the Indian guides. Under humid skies, the waters had been heated and become very hot, and the expeditionaries were forced to drink it. There were still 7 days to travel before reaching the Oretuisan lands. Then down came the rain in torrents, and when they staggered into the village of the Orentusen about 10:30 on the ninth day, they had been stricken by plague and famine. Worse, the chief of the Orentusen said it was 1 whole month trail to the land of the Amazons, so they still had a month to go. They thought they were already almost there, and all the country around was full of water. The Spaniards now decided to give up the job, and they were tough men in that age, and turned back on the trail. Said a leader, I doubt if the land of the Amazons does not indeed lie beyond the region of the truth, for warlike wives live in a society with men are many. Whether the expeditionaries under Riffel had gone up the Paraña into Paraguay and got bogged in El Gran Chaco, it is hard to say. But if the rumors about the Amazons related to the house of the son of Gran Peititi and had drifted across 12 or 20 degrees of south latitude to the hinterland of the Rio de la Plata, it may be surmised that they had still a very long way to go. 12 degrees south would be roughly the location given by Fray Cipriano Barraza and Ribeira, which is a very long way from Paraguay. One thing is clear, that the story cannot relate to the Canuri of the hinterland of the Guianan Orinoco, where said a cacique visited Raleigh in AD 1595. Men visited the Amazons in April of each year, said Raleigh in his discoveries of Guiana. Upon the river of Caroli are the Canuri, which are governed by a woman who is inheritrix of that province, who came far off to see our nation and asked me diverse questions of Her Majesty, our Virgin Queen Elizabeth. The kings of the borders assemble, and the queens of the Amazons, and after the queens have chosen, the rest cast lots for their valentines. This 1 month they feast, dance, and drinks of their wines in abundance, and the moon being done, they all depart of their own provinces. A present is sent to the father, if the child be a girl, but it is not true that the right dug of their breast be cut off. Prisoners are first used for intercourse by the women, and then killed. They exchange plates of gold for green stones, called by the Spaniards piedras hijadas, or spleen stones. Two significant points appear in Raleigh's story. The name Canuri recalls the name of the Amazon queen, Conori, told to Francisco de Orellana by the Indian trumpeter captured on the banks of the Marañón in June 1541. All right, so both primary sources correlating with each other. You see, we're talking about real Amazonian queens, Canuri, Canori. All right, the green stones, whether emeralds or not, may have been an object of worship, as well as amulets of prophylactic significance. For on all their long overland trails, the Amazons carried these stones, and as will be seen, the stones occasionally came into the possession of the Indians through whose countries the warrior women passed on trail. As I have pointed out, the root of the word Amazon is a Caucasian term, masa, meaning moon. All right, so that's the hijack. This is the author's opinion right here. And as stated, one of their old European Asiatic homelands was on the borders of the Caucasus. All right, that's because they came out of here first and went over there. He's seen it in reverse. In South America, as Indian traditions show, the moon was the object of the Amazons' worship. Their worship was associated with a sacred lake by which they were said to perform their rites on the nights of a full moon, the lake being called Mirror of the Moon. From the bed or shores of this lake, the Amazons got the green stones, which they highly valued as amulets, and which they called Muira Kitain, or frog stones. The frog, as in Old Egypt, being the symbol of reproduction and fertility. These green stones, said Indian traditions, were given to the women of the Mirror of the Moon by the mother of the frogs, Hekt, the frog goddess in Old Egypt, where their ancestors had once dwelt. All right, you guys hear that? This is in America, right? They're saying they're doing the same thing, worshiping the same deity as in Egypt, all right? Because this is the true old world. These green stones called chalchuitls in old Spanish manuscripts are worth a little notice. They were associated with the Caraibas, just as the old Amazons of Europe and Asia were associated with the Carians or Caribs. All right, remember it's all connecting. And von Humboldt in 1804 said that the Caraibas made these green stones and used them as money, selling them at a high price to the Spaniards. H. J. Moki, who wrote a very scarce book published in Brussels in 1847, says that it is on the banks of the Orinoco that the natives preserve these green stones as amulets, cut in the form of animals and fruits. They have had them from their ancestors, who say they came from the people the Europeans name the Amazons. So hard are they that one cannot understand how they were cut by men who knew not iron. It is as hard to find their origin. Mineralogists have not found the same substance, Legge de Susuri, in any country of the New World. All right, another source, guys, telling you the same story, and that they're coming from the Amazon Queens. Come on now. And how are they even doing this? What technology do they have? Do you guys hear all this? Harry Artie's rare volumes tells us that crews of ships of big draught in the mid 17th century who came up the Rio Tapajos, Brazil, found that the Tapajos had these green stones, which they called buraquitas, or today baraquitas, muenaquitans, muiraquitas. The men from the north esteemed them highly, and commonly, it is said, these stones are carved in this river from a green clay that is found under water, out of which they make long, rounded beads, drinking vessels, plates, birds, frogs, and the like. Drawing the object made from under the water, it hardens in the air from such clay, and becomes very hard green stone. The Indians seek the stones and much valued them. Among the Nahuas in old Mexico, the chalchihuit, or green stone, was worn round the neck as a badge of nobility, and the Quiches of Yucatan also used them under the name of votanes in the worship of Odin. All right, in the worship of Odin, remember votan, wotan, votan, wotan, Odin. In one small and picturesque town in a remote part of Mexico, known to the author of this book, there was a great treasure of gold in tall yards, tinajas, hidden in a cellar of an old house with extremely ancient statues, and these green stones or botanes, which a Mexican patriot with clues and a derrotero on maguey leaves urged me to join in seeking and to finance the hunt. I refused. I had reason to doubt the possibility of being able to leave the pueblo of the treasure without having a shot in the back fired from the revolver of some revolucionario lurking in an ambush, with patriotic ideas about his own exclusive rights to the use of the ancient gold. There, the treasure still remains. The green stones were said to have been brought into the ancient Mexico by old man Quetzalcoatl, culture hero, and again as the symbol of a new civilization, reborn from the old. It is also curious that the name Chalchuilt was borne by the only woman who is said to have remained alive in ancient Mexico after the Great Deluge. As my footnote supra states, green nephrite in the ancient ritual of China symbolizes the green of new leaves and the rebirth of spring. The great dragon god of Mexico, all right, dragon, in China was green, and in ancient Peru at Lampalec, the god was carved in green stone. As Miles Poindexter points out in his fine and scholarly work, Peruvian Pharaohs, there has been found in the ruins of the great altar of Ollantaytambo, Peru, a green stone intended to have been used as a stone of sacrifice on a high place in a very far day. In the city of Mexico, there is a teocalli where the priest of the Mu'an blood cult humped a green stone so as to bend upward, handier for the obsidian knife. Huh? The body of the human victim standing before the altar of the war god. Roman Catholics may also be interested to learn that the Virgin Mother of Quetzalcoatl, Ximalma, conceived a small green stone, the Xalchult, as she was one day sweeping out the temple, and that she gave birth to one who was called Teohuitzlopochtli, which means Lord of the Thorns or wounds in the left side. There were then crucified Christ many ages before the Petrine priests at Rome developed their ritual and dogmas. You guys hear that they were crucifying people in ancient America, and I've shown you guys this. I've shown you codices that look like people hanging on a cross being nailed. You know, I have myself a sketch of a small cross in serpentine form found in an Indian grave in the Canari territory of Ecuador at Quienjo. Two French archaeologists very dogmatically, after admitting that no object denoting European influence was found in that grave, say it is a Christian emblem manufactured in the first years after the conquest by Indians who continue on the lines of other pagan amulets. So sure, messieurs, are you? Did you fail to know the significance of the fact that this cross was a green color? The cacique Guanahari, who ruled the Taínos of Mayapan, told Columbus on the 21st of December, 1492, I am descended of kings who were children of the sun, and the goddess who lives underwater in the waves of the sea in pearly caves. She loved the Vagoniana and gives him the sacred sebas and guaninos, pearls, that girdle my neck. Dr. Jose Guyu Errante says these sebas, black marble or green stones, were the emblem of destruction and royalty, while Camargo tells how Mexican Amazons associated with the witches, which played 22 of Dupac's monuments of Old Mexico shows, assembled at crossroads and lone places, marched to battle, decked with these green stones of a virgin goddess, against a Mexican nation. So, as the Yacamiabas, women who lived without husbands, dived to the bottom of a lake to seek the green stones and gave them to the men who visited them to make them mothers, the Taínos above used them because Vagoniana was taken into the arms of this Venus who gave him these jewels for the delights of love. In ancient Mexican Amazon traditions, these sebas were called shades of night, which may be jadeite or chloromelanite. Terracotta figures found in 1872 in the Tapajos country of the Green Stones show that the South American Amazon women wore their hair on the top of the head. The Green Stones has been found as far south as Patagonia, and in 1882 was found in the Queen Charlotte Islands of British Columbia by Commandant Jacobson. It may be significant that these same islands are also enigmatic home of the remarkable colossal prehistoric pillars found by Lord Dufferin in 1876. In the mostly unpublished Muñoz collection of Spanish-American documents, now in the Academia de Historia in Madrid, there is a report by Don Francisco Ortiz de Vergara to the president of the Consejo Real de Indias, Spanish Royal Council of the Indies, who was Don Juan Obando. Ortiz de Vergara had gone up the Rio de la Plata hoping to reach Peru, and at the old fort of Santa Cruz de la Sierra had had tidings of the Amazons and El Dorado, which one Capitan Nuflo de Chavez had hoped to find and conquer. Old Georgius Horn, an encyclopedic scholar, who was professor of geography, history, and politics in the newly founded university at Harderwijk in 1648, prefaced his De Originibus Americanis 1669 with a woodcut of an Amazon of South America standing on its shore, with ships of explorers in harbor and on the horizon. She is naked from the waist up, wears buskins on her calves, and drawers from the waist halfway down the thigh, and has only one teat on the breast. A bow is in her hand, and she wears a shield on which is a reptilian figure. Sounds like a dragon to me. More singular news of the South American women warriors reached France in the third year of the reign of Louis XIII. A certain Wu Yapok, a South American Indian, on the way to Europe in the ship of a Breton gentleman, was captured by pirates in the English Channel. Later he managed to reach France, where he sought out the chatelaine of the Sieur de Racilly at a castle in Poitou. The wife's husband, Monsieur de Racilly, was then in Brazil and had asked Wuyapok, who was the son of an Indian cacique, to say he was well and happy in Brazil while living at the castle. Wuyapok chanced one day to be standing by the moat when a pig fell in, and the arrogant chatelaine bade him help. The servants dragged the pig out of the ditch. Wuyapok, the son of a native king, indignantly refused. I may be a savage from a savage land, he said proudly, but I have not yet sunk so low as to help drag hogs out of a wallows. All right, he don't touch pigs. He don't get down with swine. The unladylike chatelaine, with all that insolence and ill breeding which produced the later French Revolution, insulted and abused him. But Uyapoc quietly ignored her and soon quitted the castle. He made his way across France to Paris, where in AD 1613, in a great house in the Capucine quarter, he was seen and recognized by one Jean Moquet, garde du cabinet de Sugularitz du Roi Auxtrileris. Uyapoc, overjoyed, rushed forward and fell on Moquet's neck, embracing and kissing him. In a day or two, Uyapoc and other Tupinambi Brazilian Indians were introduced to Louis XIII in the royal court at the Tuileries. The king gave him money, but what became of Uyapoc afterwards is not known. Now this Jean de Moquet had on the 12th of January 1604 gone out from Havre de Cancel to the West Indies in the ships of Dosier de la Rodière, lieutenant of Monsieur de Racilly. Moquet reached the shores of the Amazon, went up country and met the king of Uyapoc, or Yapoco, chief of a tribe of the Tupinambi Indians, who had sexual relations with the warrior women, says Moquet. 30 or 40 miles up the Rio Amazon, there are found other islands where these fighting women dwell. The Amazons wage war with men on the mainland of the coast, riverbank of Brazil. On the other bank, however, towards Cape Bayampoc, live Indians, their friends and allies who go with them into war. These Amazons, for procreation purposes, have relations with the said Indians every year in April, when they desire to lie with the men. The women make a signal that they are ready for the Indians to come to their land and make love to them, all the days and hours of this month of April. But the women see to it that the Indians do not enter their islands in stronger force than they, the women, are. For that purpose, some of the women are appointed to stand into arms to guard the haven, while other women take their pleasures in the arms of the men. Then these harbor guards are relieved and enjoy the men's embraces, while other women take their turn on guard duty. Thus they pass all the months of April in love, joy, and gallantry, liaison. At the end of the year, their men friends and allies return to them, and if the women have borne children, the male babies are handed over. The girls are kept and well trained in arms, but the women never retain the males for more than a year, and there are indications that the sons the Amazons have borne to these Indians may afterwards have sexual relations with their sisters and near relatives, for the Amazon women are in the habit of always seeking out the children of those who have had sexual intercourse with them. So these Indians may already be married in their own land on the main, while the Amazons are their sweethearts. They make presents to each other in token of love and amity. As to these Amazon women, some say they have only one tit and burn off the other in the fashion of the ancient Amazons of Tanais and Thermodon, all right, just like those people, just like the fables. These are fables, however, though it is true the women lose the milk of one breast in order more freely to be able to bend their bows and shoot their arrows. Moquet adds some very curious and intimate details about the South American Amazons that are found in no other writer. He says the son of the king Yapoco, or Yapoc, told me that the women let their public hairs of their genitals grow very long and comb them like the hair of their head. They are stout women of lofty stature, he said. He had been in the women's country with his uncle, Ancayori. The Frenchmen would like to have sailed their ships farther up the Amazon toward the women's island, but the currents were too violent and swift, and their ships and even their flyboat, Patache, drew too much water. For the current runs toward the coast, and one cannot go upstream except in a boat with oars, or the Indians' canoes which draw only a foot of water. This is what I was told about the Amazons, which does not make me disbelieve that the ancients said of them. They say they are also Amazons in Africa, toward the Cape of Good Hope in the kingdom of Monomotapa. It may be said that the country reached by Moquet was over 120 leagues from the Tupinamba country, lying towards the Rio Amazonas or Marañón of Brazil. I have translated Moquet's story from the edition published at Rouen, Chez Iarques, Calovi, dans Le Cours de Palais, and that's the year right there, guys, says in 1655 appeared another edition containing a few more details about the Amazons, which seem to reinforce the verdict of modern anthropologists that in all parts of the world, maternal kinship has existed or exists side by side with institutions of paternal authority. The Amazons of Brazil are assiduous in daily plaiting their heads of hair and in painting and adorning their persons, all right, plaiting their hair, okay? And that because they hold it for their whole welfare and spend most of their time thereupon, that was remarked by the young Oyapok's uncle, Ancayori, and his cousins in the women's country. How did the Indians' own wives view this annual pilgrimage to the islands of Venus Amazon? Says Marquette, their hot climate inclines these Tupinamba Indians to mix their blood and to seek to have to do with a daughter with whose father they are connected. So they become a peculiar set of young people and live comfortably. Then, although these Indians of the continent show themselves foolish, yet their own wives and children have helped the Amazon women out of good neighborliness as women friends. They have many times sanctioned this cordial intimacy and nursed the love presence of the man child. So when the Indian women men present them with another love's child, no jealousy arises in the home, but on the contrary, their men retain their own wife's good will and friendship all the more. Assuredly, out of our women mills in this wise would never any good water flow. Year after year, all through the 17th century, reports about the Amazons and their queen drifted into the old Spanish audiencias, okay? Hope you guys been following along, not bored, enjoying the reading. You guys see all the reports, right, adding up of these Amazon warrior women. These are real reports, primary sources. These ain't fables like the Greeks. So many reports, all right? At Santa Fe de Bogota and Quito, soon a heap of documents had accumulated in the archives of El Virrey. They came from Spaniards or from wandering Indians. The old Spanish governors of Venezuela all agreed that these reports indicated the existence somewhere in the interior, behind or beyond the Andes and the Llanos, of a race of warrior women living without men and ruled by a powerful queen. Among my own papers of Spanish America and the Indias Occidentales of the colonial age are transcripts of documents titled Papeles Varios de Indias. They were sold at the sale of Lord Kingsborough's effects in March 1893. I have quoted one of them in a previous chapter. Some of them tell of the provinces of Tipuane and the Chunchos and del Grande Reino de Paitite. The land to which they relate is still terra incognita today in 1950. All right, so when this was written, nobody had entered that part of the jungle in Brazil, and like even probably today they haven't gone there. In fact, it seems less known than in Gonzalo Pizarro's time. Here again is what Don Juan Recio de Leon already mentioned in the chapter on El Dorado and Gran Paitite, was told by Bolivian Indians about 1620, and whose story he wrote in Madrid in December 1628. The Indians told me news that on the north border of the Rio Apurima, boundary of the Gran Paitite, was a province of women who lived without men. And when I asked them how the women could perpetuate themselves living so, they said they were men on the other borders of the Paitite to the east, whom they called the Marquires, the Amazon's neighbors. Don Juan anticipated with his sapient comment the skepticism of his readers. The established way of the world is never to credit what, at the moment, has not been seen by oneself, and the second and principal cause why more minute investigations have not been made is because the Indians become angry at being asked many questions, believing as they do that it is more to our benefit than theirs that we give credit to what they say, and because of that they will not alter their tales nor discuss more questions. Beyond the Amazon's country lay their male counterparts, a country of men without women, una provincia de hombres sin mujeres. These men lived without women. That's kind of weird, huh? And 2 months every year enjoyed women and went by water from another part to unite with them. They are such valorous women that they fight with their enemies better than if they were men. 10 years or more later, there came fresh tidings about the woman warriors. It was in 1637 when a Portuguese expedition traversing the great route of the Orellana, but from the opposite direction, going to the Andes and Quito, chanced on the trails of the Amazons. Noronha, the Portuguese governor of Para, Brazil, placed the expedition under the leadership of Pedro de Tejeda, a man of the banderistas type in valor and endurance. Tejeda was almost the last of old pure Lusitanian stock, whose blood was then becoming corrupted by miscegenation and alliance with Sambos and blacks. Oh man, and when you hear this, it's coming stained. It's mixing with so-called blacks. You dodge the hijack because these Lusitanian Portuguese are also so-called black. You see what I'm saying about these authors? His force consisted of 70 soldiers and 1,200 Indians and 70 canoes. He quitted Cometa on the 20th of October, 1637, passed the Rio Negro, which he discovered, and in January 1638 was in the upper Amazon country. On the 3rd of July, 1638, he entered the Rio Napo, where he met and joined forces with Don Pedro de Costa Fabella, with the idea of surveying the country and securing their retreat if attacked by overwhelming forces of Indians. On 15th August, they entered Quito, where El Virrey, the viceroy, welcomed them. On the return journey, El Virrey ordered two monks, Padres Acuña and Artieda, to join Tejeda. Acuña's job was to write the story of the expedition to be presented to El Rey Don Felipe III, who was then joint king of Portugal and Spain. Acuña, or to give him his full title, Fray Cristobal de Acuña, of the Company of Jesus, censor of the Supreme General Inquisition, had orders from the viceroy to find out, among other things, about the women warriors. All right, a spy, they're sending the Jesuit spy to find out about the women warriors, reports of whom had for years been accumulating in the archives of the Audiencia in Quito, okay? They're like, hey, go find out what's up with these women warriors. How do we get rid of them? Says Acuña, repeating the story about the Amazon sexual habits. They live in villages and cultivate the land. And so the reports in the Audiencia at Quito say, obtain all they want by the labor of their hands. I do not make particular reference to the stories of the Indians told at Quito, nor to that of the Indian women in that city of Pasto, modern Colombia, near the border of Ecuador, who says she had herself been in the country of the Amazons, which was peopled by them, and whose reports agree with all we previously heard. I will dwell only on what I heard with my own ears and carefully investigated from the time we entered the Rio Amazonas or Marañón. From the time we entered this mighty river, there was no saying more common than that these women inhabit a province on the river, and it is not credible that a lie could be spread throughout so many tongues and nations with such an appearance of truth. If it were not true, okay, that makes sense. So many people telling the same thing, right? Then the greatest lie in all the New World would pass more certainly than all the truths of history. He says his information about the women came from the last village of the Tupinambas, where they told him about the route to the Amazon country and its customs. The Indians of the land called the Amazons Cunuris and said the women's country was about 37 leagues down the Amazon from this village. This was located between the Rio Trombetas and Rio Branco. It was about this place that Orellana encountered the Amazon women warriors. The tribes of Indians who enjoyed the favors of the Amazons were Huacaras. The root indicates they were men of Carrion descent. All right, Carrion descent. Where's the Carrions coming from? I already told you, here in America, ancient America, right? Acuña adds new details about the land of the women. These men, like women, dwell in great forests, on lofty hills, among which is one that rises very high above the rest, and is beaten by the winds, for its pride, therefore, with most violence, so that it is bare of vegetation. This mountain is called Jacamiaba, and the cordillera is called the Goyana, and runs along the river. The women have their pueblos on top of these prodigiously high mountains. The Amazons are women of great valor and have always preserved themselves from the ordinary intercourse with men, and even with their neighbors, visit them at the times appointed. They received them with bows and arrows in their hands, which they brandish about them for some time, for they will not be taken by surprise, and must be satisfied that the Indians come with peaceable intentions. The women then drop their arms and go down to the canoes, where each one chooses the hammock of the man nearest her, that being the bed on which he sleeps. And then each woman takes the hammock to her house and hangs it up in a place where the owners will climb into them. Then they confine themselves to their houses and receive the men as guests. At the end of some days, the men go back home, but they never fail to make the return trip at the stated time each year. Acuna heard that the daughters so born were brought up to the trade of arms and to work. As for the male babies, I know not well what they do with them, but I heard an Indian say who had found himself in that assembly in the women's country, when he was but a lad, that in the next year the Amazons sent to the fathers the many sons that they bear. I cannot presume to decide on the common belief that the women killed the male babies. Time will discover the truth. But be it what it may, the Amazons have treasures shut up in their country that would enrich all the world. You guys hear that? The mouth of the river on whose banks the Amazon lives is in 2 degrees or more south latitude. To deny the existence of these women would be an act against human faith. All right, the Amazons are real. The Amazons existed. I hope you guys enjoyed the video today, this reading of this chapter. Real people who these ancient Greeks were talking about when they were calling the Amazons the Amazon. They were talking about so-called Amazonian women from South America near the Amazon River. Yeah. Harry Arte, whose manuscript remained lost for nearly 200 years in the Imperial Library in Old Vienna, where it was found in 1872 by the Baron de Porto Seguro de Varnhagen, located the Amazons as at one time living on the banks of lakes in the Brazilian province of Sorimões. Harry Arte said in the year 1662, "Here are 30 lakes, lagunas, and low-lying lands. The villagers are peopled by barbarians, and they say they are the Amazon women there, and that the Indians who live in these lakes have sexual commerce with them, which seems fabulous. For entering in them and walking through them, one finds no Amazon, but many jaguars or jaguars. The Indians are very sharp-witted and skillful carvers in wood and bone with tools of stone, but do permit peace with others." Still another monk of a later date in the 17th century, one Fray Gili, a misionero, contributes a queer item of news about the Amazons, which presents a still unsolved riddle. Gili was told by an Indian of the Quagua tribe that the Amazons were called the Aiken Binanos, or women who dwell alone. They, the women, live on the banks of the Cuchivero, which falls into the Orinoco. Humboldt calls these women Icamiabas, or the Kunhuntan Tecoima, as also Quignactain Secoima, which is a French garbling of the to-be-Brazilian words Kunhata Tecoima, or young women who live alone, or without young men. It almost sounds like Japanese the way I'm reading it. I don't know. He also calls them Aikwambenano, corrupted from the Indian or ancient verb Aikambe, to live, and yo, alone. Barbosa Rodriguez, who explored the region between the Rios Trombetas and Yamunda about 1890, found, as he said, proof that the Amazons wandered about after leaving their ancient home on the shores costa of the Rio Para. The Amazons, he says, existed in the island between the mouths of 2 rivers above mentioned, but the island had in 1890 partly vanished and was connected with the Vargem bank of the Amazon, named Tauquera of the Amazons. How do I know that? Because I found many stone axes and pottery, and the green stone or Amazon Muiraquita of the historians, used only by the Amazons. Why they left this region is not doubtful. They went up the river, as the geological structure shows, and dwelt in an island that was covered by a great inundation, which forced them to fly, as native legends shows. It was in this island that existed until 1780 that I picked up the pottery fragments and the green Amazon stones. Why did not the women penetrate into the interior of Brazil? Because all the space between the 2 rivers formed marshy flats. Naturally, therefore, they sought the highlands that they found in the Parintis and on the shores of the Amatari, entering above the Rio Negro. The native legends speak of different Amazon exoduses. Those of the Paitunai and the Jasi Tapere say that the Amazon women vanished in the center of the territory, the middle of the earth, and in the Gulf of Parintis, the tribe of which sought refuge destroyed by the appearance of sway of a foreign people. The native legends of the Muirakita, or Green Stone, aver that it's the island's destruction was brought about by floods that left perpetual marks on the Serra or Veya Pobre. The Wapis still today use the Amazon green stones as signs of nobility. Some of the green stones were made of some imitation when nephrite was lacking. The stones are made with in such way as to show that the Amazons ascended from the Rio Trombetas upwards to the Rio Negro. When Condamine passed in 1743 over the mountains of Paituna and Bella Pobre, he was told by the Indians that they were the last refugees of the Orellanas Amazons. There is a mountain called Yacamaiba, or the mountain of those women that have no breast. I also found a legend of Isi compared with Egyptian Isis, all right, or Venus, or Virgin Madonna. By this I judged that part of the tribe crossed also the Amazon. Also, the belief in Isi extends to the Mato Grosso. The Wapis have a very feminine appearance and wear their hair in a plait falling down their back. Their young men are easily taken for women, and lewd pleasures are reported to pass between them and the old men of the tribe. The story of the male successors of the Amazons in Asia Minor, just like in Asia Minor, Colonel P.H. Fawcett has pointed out that in sanctuaries of old Hindustan, they are described the Manusa Iakenau, or the women who are unmarried. Here we have another of these very curious philological links between the old India of the Aryas and South America. We have similarly sounded words with similar meanings existing among remote South American tribes and in Asia. No wonder that Fawcett wrote, and there are distinguished North American scholars who agree with him today that the existence of the Republic of Amazon women warriors is not necessarily a myth. All right, it's not a myth. They were right here in the Americas. But it was left to a famous French mathematician and geographer of the middle of the 18th century to furnish evidence whose significance he clearly did not recognize about the exodus of the Amazon women warriors, either just before or after the Spaniards had started on their conquest of Central and South America. This exodus took them over a trail of more than 2,000 miles of unexplored territories in the equatorial and tropical zone of South America. They appeared to have ended up somewhere on the confines of what is now British Guiana in northeastern Brazil. Surely this trek was no mean feat when it is recalled that if Acuna was told the truth, these hardy women of northern type habitually dwelled on the tops of mountains in a cold, windy climate. All right. So they're trying to make them Vikings now, white Vikings. This mathematician was Charles Marie de la Condamine, sent out by the government of Louis XV to measure a degree of the meridian at the equator. La Condamine, while in Brazil in August 1743, met an Indian, Jose da Costa Punilla, Sargento Morde Ordenza, principal orderly sergeant, who said he was a native of Cochihuevera, a southern tributary of the Amazon. Here it was a received tradition that the Amazons had passed by on their way from south to north to the Rio Negro. La Condamine's story is rather long, but interesting. An Indian of Sao Joaquim de Omaguas told us that there might be perhaps still found at Coari an old man whose father had seen the Amazons. At Coari, we heard that this old man was dead, but we spoke with his son, who seems to be 70 years old and was chief of the same village. He said that his grandfather had indeed seen past those women at the entry mouth, or barra, of the river Cochihuera, that they came from that of the Cayame, which debouches into Amazon on the south side between Tese and Coari, that he had spoken to four among the women, of whom one had an infant at her breast. He told us the name of each one of the Amazons, and said that in leaving the Rio Cochihuera, the Amazons traversed the great river, the Marañón or Amazon, and took the road of the Rio Negro. I obtained certain details, little probable, but which make no difference to the bottom of this affair. Lower down the Quadi, the Indians told us everywhere the same things with some variety in the circumstances, but which accorded with what we had been told on the principal points. In particular, those of the Topayo spoke of certain green stones called Amazon stones. They say they inherited these stones from their fathers, who had them from the Konagtain Sekuma, or in their tongue, the women who live without husbands, among whom they added one found those green stones in great plenty. Okay, so you see, same stories from everybody, different primary sources from different countries, different time periods. An Indian dwelling at the Mortiguera mission near Para offered to show me a river up which, according to him, one could go to a little distance from the country, he said, which was actually inhabited by the Amazons. The river is called Urijo, and I passed since by its embouchure between Macapa and the North Cape, Cabo Raso do Norte at the mouth of the Amazon. According to the report of the same Indian, at the place where this river ceases to be navigable because of obstacles, it is necessary in order to penetrate into the country of the Amazons to march several days through the woods on the western side and to cross a country of mountains. An old soldier of the garrison of Cayenne today, dwelling near the waterfalls of the river Oyapoc, assured me that in a detachment which he was sent inland to reconnoitre the country in 1726, he reached the Amicoanes, a conquered nation, who lived in the land beyond the sources of the Oyapoc and near another river that betakes itself to the Amazon, and that he had seen hanging at the necks of their women and daughters these same small green stones. They told him that the green stones came from the women who had no husbands, whose lands were 7 to 8 days distance further to the west. The Amicoanes lived far from the sea in an elevated country where the rivers are not navigable. Thus they had truly not received this tradition from the Indians of the Amazon, with whom they had no commerce. They knew not the nations contiguous to their lands, amongst whom the French of the Cayenne detachment had taken guides and interpreters. Again, after an interval of 131 years, we heard of these green stones carried by the Amazon women. Condamine says they were cut in the shape of animals, but they resisted the file and were very hard. The origin, as I have suggested, may possibly be looked for somewhere in eastern Peru or in the highlands of modern Colombia. Among the ancient craftsmen and jewelers of the ancient carrion race of Tirona and Antioquia, an ancient province of modern Colombia. Guys, hear that? One of the early conquistadores, Don Jorge Robledo, explored this mysterious region of Antioquia and speaks of roads cut at ancient date in the living rock. The manuscript is titled Relación de lo que sucedió al magnífico señor capitán Jorge Robledo en el descubrimiento que hizo de las provincias de Antioquia. All right, the provinces of Antioch, where in Colombia. It is exceedingly rare, the only copy known to me being in the Spanish archives of the Royal Academy in Madrid. I have not been able to get a hold of a copy of the manuscript or even to see it, and there is no translation. But here in Old Spain is where the mystery may be cleared up, unless more of Europe's and now the world's endless wars and air bombings reduce the archives to char and stinks. La Condamine was in Brazilian territory in French Guiana in AD 1743. He says that Don Diego Portales, living at Madrida a few years ago, and Don Francisco Torralba, his successor as governor of Venezuela, both agreed on the existence of the Amazon women. Tradition says they were to the east or the north or west, which may very well mean the branches of the strange race were found at that time in several remote parts on the tropical belt of South America, all over the place. Condamine adds, but all concur in placing the common center in the Guiana country, and in the central mountains in a canton in which the Portuguese of Pará and the French of Cayenne have not yet penetrated. La Condamine's story reached the eye of a Portuguese traveler, Don Francisco Javier Ribeiro de Sampaio, and induced him to look up the old Sargento Moor when in 1774 Ribeiro de Sampaio was traveling in the Amazonas country and writing up his diary, the Diario de Viagem de Capitania do Rio Negro. Says he, sobre la existencia de mujeres amazonas, about the existence of the Amazon women. I read in the diary of Lacko the Mind the trouble that erudite and luminous academician took to arrive at the true origin of the celebrated Amazons, and I found that the Sargento Mor de Ordeñanca, José da Costa par Cordilla, whom La Condamine questioned was lately deceased, but another Indian of the same place, José Manuel Alferez de Ordenanza, already over 70 years, and of good natural deliberation, in the said ancient Povocaco village or Kushiura that does not exist today, having changed its name to Povocao of Arbellos, assured me he had many times heard Pacordilla speak of them, who had talked to Monsieur de la Condamine. He also told me there was in that river among the Indians an unshakable tradition of the existence of the Amazon women who have withdrawn, penetrating to the lands to the northward of the mouth of the Rio Negro from below. Ribeiro de Sampaio points out that the river Amazon had borne many names. The Indians called it Paranauausu, or the Great River, which in Greek means Nile. Nile means Great River in Greek. The Pincoes, who were the first that came to its most extensive barra mouth, called it the Smooth Sweet Sea, Mar Dulce. But Sampaio is wrong in attributing the name Marañón to some early Spanish explorer of the time of Orellana, for one must repeat Marañón is the ancient native Brazilian Atlantean name, and at one time was the name given to the Mexican Gulf, the Marañón Anion drop nation. The Mexican Gulf was called Marañón, the Anion Sea. Come on, then much wider than it is now is and extending right to the mouth of the Amazon, of which indeed in that far day it formed the southern side. Marañón is almost certainly the name by which the lost race of Brazilian highlands knew the great river. The name is as old as the name Brazil, and that is thousands of years, and not merely dating back to AD 1500 and Pedro de Cabral, okay? Yeah, like, the Irish saying, hi, Brazil. Yeah, the name is old. Brazil and the legends of the Europeans, they knew about Brazil. Sampaio, who thought the whole affair of the Amazon women a fable or a marvelous yarn put up by the Orellana to cover up his perfidious desertion of Gonzalo Pizarro, and which the genius of the age and its liking for novelty concurred in causing the court of Charles V to regard him as a wonderful man and a prodigy, enumerates the Indian tribes of Brazil, whose women fight with them in battle. The Mutucurus for 4 years in those parts fought against our Povocaos, pueblos or settlements of the Rio Tapajos, and they take with them into battle their women, who furnish them with arrows in the fight, as was observed by the commandant of the fort in 1773, against whom the Indians fought valorously for a long time. The Otomacos, one of the most celebrated of the Orinoco Indians, take their women with them into battle, who pick up the arrows shot by the enemy, which misfire, and re-deliver them to their husbands. Yet Ribeiro de Sampaio, writing in the year AD 1774, had to recognize that in the unexplored interior of Guiana, which the French, Dutch, Portuguese, and Spaniards, whose colonies surrounded it, had not entered, one cannot positively affirm that there is still not there today the Republic of the Amazons, that the fear of the Europeans made forsake their native land. He too is skeptical about any women in South America, where the climate so agitates the soul, being able to resist the force of love and remain apart from men. But who said the Amazons or any other gynocracies were unnaturally chaste as all that? In August 1889, there was picked up on the banks of the Lago de Yacupa, close to a farm called Boa Vista de Santa Ana, which is near the Rio Trombetas, which itself was one of the old homes of fighting women, the Amazons of old Paraguay and Brazil, a horrible but vividly carved stone statue of an anthroposaurian, with the legs and body of a giant man holding round the waist a woman who was nude, and whose arms thrust back against the monster's giant arms suggest that she was trying to repel a beast engaged in an act of unnatural coition. Her eyes are agonized and features show clear signs of suffering. The idol is made of rose-colored sandstone, and holes in the base indicate that at some time the statue was used to fasten moorings ropes of a boat or small ship. The woman's The woman's forehead is covered with a veil like that of the Egyptian Isis, while the enveloping monster has a scaly neck and well-made head, but the tail is unfinished. Barbosa Rodriguez is probably correct in linking this paliform idol of the Amazon with the other idols of grotesque and horrid form in Nicaragua, and in deeming both connected with lascivious and unnatural sexual rites. It is a moot point, however, whether the hideous Amazon idol found, as it was in the old territory of the Icamiabas, or women without husbands, who adored the mother of the waters and carried round with them the chalcuite, or green Amazon stone, which is a symbol of immortality and renewal of life by new births, was linked with these women. According to the legends of the Uapis of the upper Amazon, who swore by a goddess called named singularly akin to that of the ancient Egyptian Isi, women who were barren or whom the old men could not fecundate, were impregnated by a serpentine monster of the lake. Padre Sancho Araujo gives a curious story of some years later than Condamine's expedition about a gathering of missioners in the pueblo of San Regis de los Llameos, where he was asked about the Amazons of de Orellana. He said he had heard things from different parts, but the subject not being in his line, he had paid no great heed. However, said he, I will present to you an old Indian of my pueblo who is rational and a good Christian, and well versed in these stories. The old man was summoned, and I made myself his interpreter. He said that there was no person in all the missions that did not take for truth the traditions handed from father to son about the battle of these ancient warriors with the first Spaniards. The retreat of the women, he had heard his forefathers say, was toward the north, crossing the Rio Negro, very much into the interior. It was certain the Amazon still existed, according to common report, and that certain Indians still went to visit these women each year, but that these did not know the exact country of the women, because they always came from no little distance to the appointed place where they were entertained, and from which they returned with good presents of gold and with the children that were born male. The women were governed by one they elected, and that was the most valorous of all, and ever first in the battles. The Indians said that further news of the women could be had from a middle-aged Indian who lived in the pueblo de Santa Ana of the Portuguese, who every year still visited these women, and perhaps he knew some of their sons. He told the name of this Indian, and even some words of the Amazon's language, with the corresponding meanings. Hitherto, said Araujo, the misionero to whom the Indian told his story, and to whom I remarked what Senor Condamine had said of a similar report, had no recollection of what had been told us in such minute detail, either in a summary or the original of the travels. Araujo then recalled a story of a revolt of Portuguese soldiers at the ford of the Rio Negro. He related what had been also told him by a certain Padre Jose Bamonte, who had been for 40 years in the missions, and who gave him on that occasion a story that, had it not been so much later, would have been decisive for Senor Condamine, who was in Brazil in 1743. Bamonte's story was as follows. In the year 1757, there met me in the pueblo of Pevas some soul deserters who had gone up the Amazon after plundering the royal treasuries, because they had had no pay for long. The soldiers came in small squads. Some stayed in the missions, others plunged into the interior towards Quito. With one of these parties, they arrived in India, who seemed to be about 60 years of age. He spoke to the Pevas Indios in their tongue, but was known by none. He came to me in secret and begged me to admit him to the pueblo and make him a Christian. He threw himself at my feet, where others could not hear. He said he had not fallen away, but had lived always as a heathen. He told me the story of his long life, that he was of the Pevas tribe, baptized by Padre Juan Bautista Julian, and he settled in a new pueblo called San Simon de Nahuapo in 1724. But not being able, when young, to submit himself to Christian contingency, and having only one wife, he felt a thousand distaste of the misioneros, and in order to live as he wished, took himself off, none of his relations knowing where. After wandering in various parts, the Indian found himself in a Portuguese pueblo, and from there he at last landed in a village where he was on the Rio Tefe. There, through the kindness of a friend who sheltered him, He entered the room of a dead Indian who every year went to the country of the women who lived without husbands. Having carried on this business for about 30 years, he gained gifts of gold and certain green stones, which he sold at a good price in the fortress of Tefe. There then befell him a rupture of the groin, and it was impossible for him to carry on his employment. Being tormented with remorse, he took the chance to go up the Amazon with soldier deserters from Tefe and reached my pueblo. Bamonte said that this Indian died a few months later in the odor of sanctity. Gian Domenico Coletti, who in Venetia, who in Venetia, who in Venecia in 1771 published a rare volume titled Diccionario Histórico-Geográfico del América Meridionale, says that the women of the Omaguas of Brazil, an ancient race dwelling on the banks of the Amazon, are those whom the Orellana fought in his monumental voyage to the mouth of the Amazon Marañón, and whom Condamine was told. The Omaguas were converted by the Jesuits in 1686. They were found in the highlands of Orinoco in Venezuela, and along the Rios Napos and Putumayo on the borders of Brazil and Colombia and Ecuador. The mission to the Omaguas at the Pueblo de San Joaquin de Omaguas was lost in 1767. It may be that the Omaguas come of a Helot race of the ancient Atlanteans of High Brazil, for they had the Atlantean custom of deforming the heads of their babies with boards. However, this identification of the Omaguas women with the Amazons rests on no basis of good evidence. Coletti says they were a warlike, courteous, and tractable race, and humbled more than 40 years later, thought they had the marks of an ancient race of nobility. Francis de Castelnau, F. Laporte, who had led an expedition into the central regions of South America under order of the French government in 1843, 1847, rightly said of the lower Amazon, "I am convinced it will one day offer a vast field to the archaeologist. For example, the name of the town of Serpa in Brazil, which means graven stone, derives probably from the fact that among the shingle on the strand of the river have been found figurines which, from what I was told, are like some in Peru. The axes one often meets here are attributed to the Amazon women, and seem to come from a rude type of feldspar, not known whence they originate. I was also given at the Barra bits a jade found in the sands of the Rio Negro. They are little cylinders in the form of beads and exactly like those found in ancient tombs in the Old World. The Indians attribute great medicinal virtues to these green beads. We found it impossible to find whence this mineral came. The Indians merely said it was not of the country. At Santarem, I saw a statue from this region. It was very large and rude in workmanship. The head was greatly prolonged to behind, like the skulls found in ancient Peruvian tombs. The people of the country say it represents an Amazon, and indeed it seems to be hiding his breast with its hands, and between his feet it holds the emblem of the male sex. He sent the statue of the Amazon to the Musée du Louvre in Paris. It had been found planted in the ground by its base in the middle of the dense forest. Andre Tevet in Les Singularités de la France Antarctique from 1558 gives a picture of the South American Amazons welcoming their waterborne lovers before enjoying nights of love on couches beneath the hammocks of the men Indians, strung to the beams of the temporary wife's house. Tevet tells a story, it may be fiction, of early French explorers landing in a creek off the Guianas. Says Tevet, who was born at Agulime in 1502, "We were about to say that our pilgrims had sojourned there only a short while to rest themselves and seek provisions. These women, South American Amazons, were astonished to see them in this ship, which was very strange to them. In less than 3 hours, the women and girls, all stark naked, quickly assembled, but with bows and arrows in hands, and began to shout and scream as if they were gazing on their enemies. And this commotion did not end without arrows being fired, to which the others, not wishing to engage in hostilities, at once replied by withdrawing bag and baggage, and raising their anchors, and unbending their sails. It is true that, at their departure, they said adieu by saluting the women with some cannon shots. The women were in disorder, but nevertheless, it is not likely that they would easily have escaped without feeling something else. He does not explain. There is no need. What other weapon the Amazons might have encountered at the hands of these gallant French adventurers, bearded like the pard and swearing hoarse,
than Bardolph, who saluted naked South American women and girls with cannon shots. After all, two women of this type do not usually experience the sexual urge with quite the same force as men, though of course there are exceptions to every approximate law of nature. Don Juan Recio de Leon was told that these Cyprian nights lasted for 2 warm months, so that the women seem to have made up pretty well for their abstinence in other 10 months. Sir Walter Raleigh heard that the Guiana branch of the Amazons enjoyed their Valentines during the whole month, with feasting, dancing, and plenty of good food and wines. It is true that Fray de Acuña says the nights of love lasted only a few days, but as he was a monk and compulsory virgin, what knowledge could or ought he to have of such matters except hearsay? Still, Acuña's narrative partly explains the climatic reason for the comparative contingents of the Amazon women in South America. Shame on these Latin American and modern Peruvian, Chilean, and Brazilian writers who defame the good name of their own women, calling them lustful to a degree, in order to cast doubt on the existence of Amazons in their South American republics and Guinacocracies. I say to them, Fica, Fica, returning them the felonious greeting they themselves, as I pointed out earlier, give unasked to young ladies, even of perfectly respectable sort, seen lost or walking the streets of South American cities after dusk and tropic nights. Enough of the Amazons, said Ribeiro de Sampio. Let us proceed on our journey. To whom we retort, enough of thee, Don Francisco, and thy ungallant reflections. Dost thou think, because thou didst write in the 18th century of prose and reason, that therefore all mystery had vanished from this strange earth? Modern folklore and the science of historical origins do not so abruptly dismiss traditions as myths. Often enough, those traditions are candles, lighting a dark path on which no ray of documentary history shines. At the bottom of the myth and the traveler's story lies a grain of strange truth, even if distorted. In fact, modern American scholars today are averse from calling the story about South American Amazons a myth, transplanted from old world Africa and Asia, all right? It's not a myth. These are real people that these people wrote about, right? By the Spanish conquistadores and Dominican monks of Castile and Extremadura to the so-called New World. Sir Robert Schomburgk, the famous British explorer of South America, was the last Englishman who set himself to solve this mystery of the South American Amazons. He did it a century ago. In 1844, when treading in the steps of the luckless Sir Walter Raleigh, he went into the backwater country of the Orinoco and penetrated into some of the recesses of the still largely unexplored mountain ranges on the borders of Venezuela and British Guiana and Brazil. He talked with the Caribs, who told him gravely, he said, that along the upper part of the Rio Corentin, in a country called Marahuoni, above two high cataracts called Piomoco and Surama, in the land of the Worusamocos, dwelt women who used blowpipes or for arrows and received and had sexual congress with parties of 20 men each year. These women, said the Caribs, cultivated their own land. These Amazon women were called the Worusamocas, and at a place where two huge rocks called Piomoco and Surama rise from each bank of the river and bounded like a portal, we might deem ourselves in the land of these women. I heard the same thing from the Macusis Indians who live in the savannas forming the site of the Camus supposed El Dorado. On these plains I frequently came on great heaps of broken pottery, which the Macusis said had been left by these Amazon women. The Caribs aver that such a woman's republic exists about the head of the Rio Corentin, where no European has ever been. They say they are the Worusamocos, that they use the cura, blowpipe, and bows and arrows, cultivate their own land and grounds, and shun men's company except once a year, when the men could see them in parties of 20 men. Male babies were all killed. This region is on the borders of Dutch and British Guiana, and some way north of the Rio Trombetas headwater country, so perhaps the Caribs were not so far out. Traditions poured into the Schomburgk's camp from all sides. All held that the Amazons were a fact and still existed. The Orellana descending the Marañon or Amazon had met the Amazon women warriors fighting at the head of Indians at the Rio Kunuris, a name, of course, to be compared with that of Konori or Kanuri, their own queen. Several expeditions at different times before 1840 had tried to explore the Rio Trombetas, but were held up at the cataracts. In some cases, the explorers had been murdered by the savage Indians who live in the upper branches of the Trombetas. Monsieur Montraval, commanding the French warship La Bolognaise, had surveyed the Amazons as high as the Rio Negro in 1843-44 and heard that Amazon warriors were still to be found in the region of the Rio Trombetas. Says Schomburg, we have from the south, as well as from the north, the same tradition that the Amazons of the New World inhabited central district of Guyana. Our route in 1844, when traversing these very regions, descending the chief branch of the Rio Trombetas from its source to its junction with the Wanamu, has unfortunately, for the interest attached to this romance, driven the warlike Danes from one of their last hiding place. But this negative result by no means clears up the mystery. For one thing, the wild country around had not, nay, still has not today, been even partly, not to say thoroughly explored. For another, who knows, I repeat, whether the Amazons, seeing the frontiers steadily approached by Dutch, English, Spanish, Portuguese, Negroes, Brazilians, and French, had not long before 1844, in fact, perhaps not long after or before La Condamne's day, begun another long trek, this time westward towards some still unknown region on the borders of southern Venezuela and Brazil, the headwaters of the Amazon tributaries in Colombia or Ecuador, or even back toward the old homeland in the mysterious region called the Caupolicon. It might be possible today to find another remote Indian tribe whose forefathers handed down eyewitnesses stories of the past and westward of the Amazons. Even as late as 1860, the Macusi Indians of Guyana still related traditions of the existence of the Amazons. This tribe lives in a remote land west of the Rio Branco toward the western borders of British Guiana with Venezuela's province of Amazonas. All these regions are dangerous to explorers even today. Farther south around the headwater of the Rio Branco, Brazil, on the borders of the Trombetas country, the savage Indians and boticudos attack all intruders, white, yellow, black, or sallow. It don't matter all the crayon colors. In January 1941, the government of Rio de Janeiro had to rush aeroplanes with troops to the rescue of 5 members of a Brazilian frontier mission surrounded near the Venezuelan border by 100 Indians shooting poison arrows at them and yelling for blood and murder. The Indios Malos all around the wild and mostly unexplored territory had risen en masse and beleaguered other frontier stations. All the besieged Brazilians would have been exterminated had not one of them chanced to have a radio transmitter on which he flashed an SOS to the nearest town, Belém, Para. Brazilians of the town are not at all partial to venturing into the interior or Sertão. Of course, there are striking exceptions such as General Candinho Rondon, who is of Indian descent, the members of the Federal Department of the Indians in Rio de Janeiro. If the Indios Malos or Boticudos are not pacified in the way thrown open to explorers, then, as this book suggests, the unpacifiable Indians, whether of Brazil, eastern Peru, the hinterlands of Venezuela, or the Guianas, or of northwestern Bolivia, will be bypassed by a cruiser land plane of multi-engines or a new type of airship inflated with helium or other non-inflammable gas, not to be ignited by the sudden flashes of tropical lightning and the violent thunderstorms that rage in these wildernesses and dangerous territories. Science will not, cannot be halted by savages or Brazilian boticudos. Why should it indeed, seeing that even the threatened disruption of the whole civilized globe and the suicide of the ruling races cannot stay the advance of mechanism and variously ingenious and diabolical systems of atomic or molecular or radiomagnetic explosions or cosmic death rays, any of them enabling man to make the earth almost as great as hell, as nature has it in her own unaided power to make it. And let us not forget that these lost, ancient South American races were also highly evolved in their remote day. Of course, man can make earth a near paradise, and so remove from himself the stigma of the old charge that he is only a splendid beast without a soul, doomed to annihilate himself without the aid of nature's great cataclysms. But will he? Signs and tokens in Europe alone in this present year, 1950, give little ground for undue optimisms. Such stigmas may be removed by men advancing the bounds of knowledge, by rediscovering what these ancient civilized races had discovered in their far day, and this great men of our later 20th century may do, so far as mysterious South America is concerned, only by penetrating into places today deemed too dangerous for the explorer and archaeologist or anthropologist. All right. And guys, that is the end of this chapter. That was chapter 4 of this book. Again, we were reading Secret Cities of Old South America. All right, chapter 4, the Amazons existed. I mean, that was a long reading, huh? Long chapter. That was like a whole book, this chapter. And this is what they got at the end here. So again, this was chapter 4, South America's Amazons existed. I hope you guys see that they were real people and that the Spaniards and Portuguese had many, many accounts and encounters with them. It wasn't just a fable created by Greek legends. It's not just myths. And you guys saw that we started reading this chapter and it was talking about all these myths and legends of these Amazons in Asia and Africa and Europe, but they were all fables and myths. And then we saw there was actual real people practicing all these things in South America and in Central America and the Caribbean. The Amazons existed. The Amazons were real. And the Amazons were from here in ancient America, the true Atlantis. Yeah, these are Queen Khalifa's people. She was one of them. Hope you guys enjoyed this reading. We learned a lot about the Amazons, even the mainstream narratives. We went into a deep dive on this, all right? But you guys see at the end, it was all pointing towards America. Thanks for hearing me read this whole chapter. It was a long read. Appreciate you guys doing that. We're definitely going to come back to the book and finish the other chapters. Thanks for tuning in today. Much love and respect. Pura vida, mi gente. Hawa.